Hey, welcome everybody. Thanks for being here.
Hey.
You've joined us in tonight. Mates of Fate. God damn it. Mates of Fate. Mates of Fate are playing Tales from the Loop, which is role playing in the 80s that never was. Super good excuse for me to buy these fingerless gloves I always wanted. Tonight's stream is benefiting the Trevor Project. So if you don't know about the Trevor Project, they're an amazing organization. 1.8 million queer youth seriously consider suicide each year. The Trevor Project, which was founded in 1998, is a national organization that provides crisis intervention and suicide prevention to LGBTQ people under the age of 25. So thanks to all of you, thank you so much. Seriously, we've already raised $265 for the Trevor Project, and we haven't even started yet. So thank you, everybody at home. Really appreciate it. We've already extended our stretch goal like twice, thanks to you awesome people. So right now, tonight, we're hoping we can raise $400, and we'll see if we get there. Either way, though, this is a win. Like, we get to hang out and have fun with each other and with all of you, and it's all for a good cause. So thank you. If you can, chip in. If you can't, we'd understand, but either way, we're happy to be here. If this is your first time here, again, thanks for tuning in. We don't always dress like this, but we should.
What do you mean? Yes, we do. We're so cool, guys.
We absolutely should. We're a group of friends that just loves to play D&D. So we have two long-running campaigns. One is Songs of Creation, DM by Matt, and one is Artima, DM by Mike. So if you like tonight's stream and you want to see more, be sure to hit that heart-shaped follow button down below, and you'll get notified when we go live. We try and play about twice a week. You can also catch up on our old episodes on YouTube. Just search for Mates of Fate. And if you're like me and some days like memes are all that keep you going, be sure to follow us on Instagram or Twitter at Mates of Fate. Okay. All right. Your turn, Mike.
Okay. Cool. And YouTube. Did you mention YouTube as well?
Yes.
You did. Cool. All right. So quick promo for any of you that follow our socials. You've probably seen that we'll be doing a dice giveaway Saturday, February 5th. And you can see the beautiful dice, I think.
Yes.
Ash just put up there.
There.
So yeah, take a look at those. They're gorgeous. They're by Ursus Dice. She's a good friend of ours. She just makes absolutely amazing dice. She has an Etsy shop where she constantly sells out, but she restocks. So just keep an eye on her. Matt's showing one he has there as well. But the one Ash put into the image window there is what we will be giving away again February 5th, Saturday, during the kind of the season 2 premiere of my homebrew campaign, Artima.
Thank you, Dr. Panda. Sorry, I'm going to interrupt this game the whole time. If someone donates, I'm going to interrupt you guys. Thank you, Dr. Panda.
Yay.
Yay.
Yeah, so all you got to do, just check out our Twitter for the rules on what we'll be pinning that tweet to the top of our Twitter account. And basically you have to just retweet and like that tweet and then, watch us on February 5th. Keep saying January. Cool. And if you like us tonight, just give us a follow. There's a heart-shaped box, I believe, down below the stream. So just click on that and give us a follow. You'll get notifications when we go live. And lastly, this is a charity stream. Again, we'll be doing these sorts of streams once a month, basically every month. And typically every month we'll have a guest joining us. This time around, it's Whitney here.
Thanks for being here, Whitney.
Welcome.
Thank you. Glad to be here.
Thank you, Dagmar XO. Oh, wait. Oh, hey. I know you're my mother-in-law. Thank you. I love you.
Awesome. All right. Anybody have anything else? If not, we can get started.
Let's do it.
Tonight's one shot of Tales from the Loop. Excellent. All right. So tonight we begin in the city of Boulder City, Nevada. Boulder City is a sleepy little town in the middle of the Mojave Desert in southern Nevada. Started out as a town for workers who labored on the Hoover Dam, which is originally known as the Boulder Dam. Boulder City was intended to be a model city for the area, but once the dam was finished, most of the businesses and people in the area moved off to Las Vegas or parts unknown instead. Most of the city went up between 1930 and 1934, so by the start of the 1980s, no building is over 50 years old. Boulder City once was a bustling town, again, built on the backs of men and women who helped build the Hoover Dam. Now, most of the residents of Boulder City work at the Loop, a top secret underground facility run by an organization known as DART, the acronym which no one knows what it stands for. Circling Boulder City and running 15 miles across, even those who work at the Loop don't have a full understanding of the Loop's purpose. Originally constructed in the 1950s, work at the Loop is peaking in the 1980s when our story takes place. This version of the 1980s is familiar, yet in many ways different from what we know of the 1980s. With the discovery of the magnetrine effect in 1943, scientists and engineers realized they could use magnetrine discs mounted on the underside of a vehicle's hull to propel the vehicle against the Earth's magnetic field. As a result, across the northern hemisphere, large magnetrine vehicles litter the landscape, some still in use, others now defunct and rusting away in fields. Our story begins in summertime, 1985. A working-class town with many families, many with 2 working parents. The adults chip away at their boring daily jobs while the kids are left largely unsupervised. Summertime in Boulder City is exceedingly hot. Temperatures during the day often consistently above 100 degrees. To escape the heat, many of Boulder City's kids spend summer days at the local pool or nights at Vinny's Arcade. The arcade has air conditioning, which for many families in Boulder City is an unaffordable luxury. Those who are fortunate enough to have air conditioning might choose instead to stay inside, playing video games or watching TV. So we'll go with a quick kind of run through of the characters here. Danny and Annie, do you have a scene where you'd like to start, or would you like me to?
Yeah, sure. Danny, can I do one and then you do one? And like you'll just be in mine and then I'll be in yours? Is that cool? Okay, so Danny and Annie are 12-year-old twins. Although Danny's like 30 minutes older, but you know, I'm still the leader. Our scene would be in the local corner store. We had thought this through a couple times. Like we borrowed our stepdad's trench coat and we tried to see if I could balance on his shoulders to see if we could buy beer. But I don't know, we just fell a bunch of times. So now we have a ruse where we're in the corner store and he's causing a big distraction, talking to the cashier. And I'm just stuffing as many bottles of chocolate milk as I can into my oversized hoodie, which is completely inappropriate for the middle of summer in the desert. And then on the way out, when I see the cashier still distracted, I stuff a bunch of like Bazooka Joes into my pockets. And then when Danny gives me the signal, I just book it out the front door. Your turn, man.
So the scene I think of often for us is not so much action oriented, but with our parents like constantly just fighting all the time and we just can't stand being in the house. We're always walking away. So it doesn't matter what we're walking away from. It just matters that, you know, we just walk out of the house and we just walk for days in the heat. And, you know, we, like everyone else, can't stand the heat, but we almost relish it because we know that no one else will be downtown. And so we just walk through every sidewalk and every extension, and we know the one thing that comes out of this is we know all the dead ends in the city. So we know where all of the roads end.
Okay. So you guys have, you're making your way through Boulder City. You just left the shop where, what was it you stole, Annie?
Chocolate milk and bubble gum.
Chocolate milk and bubble gum. Where are you headed?
I think we're probably headed to the hideout.
Okay. Yeah. So you're walking down the street, up on the intersection on the edge of the curb. You see what looks like an abandoned Walkman, just left on the ground.
That's mine. I saw it first. That one's mine. I called it. I grab it.
Yeah, but I want to stay for just a minute. But come on, like let me just look at it. You know, I know this stuff.
All right, here. Let's see if there's anything good. I open up. Is there a cassette inside?
There is. So you pull open the cassette deck, or you pull open the Walkman, and inside you find Speaking in Tongues by the Talking Heads.
Dope.
Tape is in there.
That's awesome. Okay. I'll just listen to it first, and it can be mine for the next hour, and then you can have it.
Yeah, but I want to try taking it apart though, because I want to see there's got to be more. It's not just any other Walkman, right?
Okay, then you definitely can't have it because we can't afford a Walkman, Danny. Now it's ours. So please don't take it apart again.
Fine.
All right. Dope. Wait, they don't say dope. Bitch.
Earlier that day, you had left your parents' trailer just to kind of go out into the city of Boulder City to escape kind of the drama at home. Your mom getting ready for her second waitressing shift of the day. Your stepdad sitting on the lazy boy, just watching the TV. It looks like he popped in a VHS that he'd gotten from the local video store. Your plan that evening was to go to the arcade later in the day. I believe right now, are you headed for your clubhouse, the Skywalker?
Yeah, the SS Skywalker, which is our boat that grew up from a tree.
Our boat in the sky.
All us kids. Thank you, Fink and AOE, for the donations. You guys are awesome.
Thank you. Your mom had offered you a few dollars for time at the arcade to play some games. However, your stepdad objected and loudly, boisterously said it was time that the two of you maybe get a job being a caddy or something, making some money on the side and pulling some of your own weight.
I mean, we had a newspaper route once, but then we both got fired because we didn't deliver them.
All right.
I guess we can.
So we'll say you guys make it over to the Skywalker, and I'll skip over to Rourke and Betty. What are you two doing?
For me right now, I'd say it's probably second day at work for me at my attempt at a summer job at my uncle's pool company, where I'm right now holding a shovel and trying to dig a hole in the ground, make a pool. It's sweltering hot, and for some reason I'm wearing this stupid hat in the summer, thinking that's the only way I could get shade, because I asked if I could have a baseball hat or something, and they didn't have any, and the top of my head got a little sunburned, so stupidly I'm wearing this hat in the middle of the summer, and it's hot, and the other guys here at the construction site are kind of looking at me, and I feel a little weird. Anyways, just I don't know if I'm cut out for this job.
The other guys at the construction site, you can get the occasional feeling that they're kind of looking over you and just kind of laughing to each other at this young, kind of scrawny kid just trying to dig a hole with a shovel for a hole.
Train backhoe right there. It's just, floating this massive, 15-ton thing that can just probably, that they're probably going to use to dig it. But I'm digging the hole and all that and hitting rock and gravel. And there's got to be an easier way to do this.
Yeah.
But
Magnitude vehicles doing it 10 times the amount of work at a tenth of the effort.
Wait a minute. All right. Where's everybody else's shovels? Why are you making me do this?
They
damn it.
Hey, hell yeah, support trans kids. Thanks for the donation. We just met our goal, friends. Bumping up to 500. Let's see if we can do it. Thank you, guys.
That was incredibly fast.
You guys are amazing.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone. That's insane. Awesome. Cool. So one of the workers turns to you, Warwick, and just says, You get a little sweaty there, boy. Why don't you take the rest of the day off? You get the sense that they'd rather be doing this without your help.
All right.
Tell your dad that you did a good job here, all right?
It's my uncle, but all right.
Uncle, yeah, he looks the same as his brother. I'm sorry about that.
Oh, sorry. Wait, you're sorry that he looks like my dad?
I'm sorry I made a mistake. They look the same. Don't worry, get out of here, kid. Go enjoy the weather.
All right. Thanks.
Don't overheat in that hat, all right?
You grab my shirt, put it on and everything. Take the hat off and... Hey!
And sweat.
Yeah. Like, all right.
All right.
We'll go ahead into the hangout is a good, nice, shady spot. Maybe I'll see my friends. So yeah.
Okay. And Betty, what are you doing?
I'm waiting for Rory to get off from work. I'm currently playing with his new turtle that he just recently acquired, obviously, 'cause it's new. And I am trying to train the turtle to walk on a leash. And I've also glued spikes in like a mohawk to the back of the shell to surprise Rory. He does not know that I've done this yet.
People watching at home, don't do that.
That's amazing. For anybody watching, that's a throwback to our session 0 from last weekend. That's awesome. Are you at your house?
I'm on the sidewalk trying to get to the hideout, but it's not working very well because I have a turtle on a leash.
Yeah. So let's just say that you are trying to. Okay. Yeah. We'll just go with that. So the turtle's kind of like just pulling away from you. It's moving really slowly and doesn't really seem to want to go in the direction that you're moving.
I wish I knew this turtle's name, but Rory decided not to name it yet. So, come on, please.
Do a charm check. See if you can charm this turtle.
First roll of the night.
Yeah.
You got 2 plus your 5.
I have Yep, I have a success.
There you go. All right. Finally, the turtle kind of gives as it you have a leash on a turtle and you're walking towards the clubhouse.
Maisie got it around its neck.
Just like so surprised that he's listening to me. This is so cool.
This punk rock turtle. Nice.
It's like just dragging it.
All right. And moving to you, Jody. So where are you? What are you doing?
So I am in the clubhouse, and I have a few things splayed out around me. First and foremost, I have a book, because I hit up the library earlier. It's called Turtly Awesome Terrariums and Aquariums, Housing Your Turtle Outside of Its Shell. And on my right, I've got like a tarp that I have stolen from the construction site and a pile of stones. And I am trying my best to like make a pond on like the bow of the Skywalker for this turtle to surprise everyone.
Nice. And does anybody want to give a description of what your clubhouse looks like?
Oh, we all do. Yeah.
Or do we all want to meet up at the clubhouse and like describe it?
Yeah. So we'll just say at this point you guys have all arrived. So the clubhouse, I'll let you describe it, but you arrive. It's on the outskirts of kind of in this kind of farmlandish area on the outskirts of Boulder City.
Yep. Just past the old canning plant. There's you go into the trees a little ways, and then there's a tree because was that big draining pond they had there, but during that big storm, it kind of kicked up everything and. Including one of the boats that was there, and the boat got stuck in the tree, and nobody was going to take it down, so it became our fort. The SS. It wasn't the Skywalker, and then we like painted on the SS.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's.
None of us know what SS means. It just seems suiting for a boat.
Yeah.
Super ship Skywalker. Yeah.
You should call it the Millennium Falcon. Yeah.
No.
Hey Ash, real quick, just totally out of character. I don't know if you saw the message. The music is clipping when nobody is talking. Just FYI. I don't know if there's anything we can do about that, but yeah.
Thanks.
Talk all the time. That's all we have to do.
That's all we gotta do.
Yeah,
Pick up the pace, kids.
Constantly talk. Okay, so you see all 5 of you as 4 of you approaching the Skywalker, with Jody already inside. You hear loud kind of banging, this slate creaking as Jody's doing whatever it is she's doing inside the Skywalker.
I mean, I guess we should just go up there.
You first.
All right.
What if someone's up there finally taking it down?
Ready?
Yep. At this point, you hear the high-pitched yipping of a tiny little purse poodle leaning over the ladder, barking at you.
Try to climb your way up.
Yep. Hello?
Hey,
Dang it, you're early. There's nothing to see here.
That's a weird thing to say if there's nothing to see.
early for what?
It was gonna be cool. I didn't think you'd be done work this early.
Yeah, me neither.
Yeah, why are you off from work?
I don't know. They told me they didn't need me. I should take the day off.
When we talk to him?
No, stop doing that. No. What? Hold on. No, you said we were early. What are you doing? And where were you at?
Well, never mind. Just come up and see it. Come up and see it.
All right. I poke my head back up.
I spent most of the day at the library. And a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, well, without the library, would I be able to do this? And I gesture to the, I don't know how well constructed it is, but partially constructed turtle pond.
Why'd you bring
And, I mean, pond is kind of a loose term. It's more of like some tarps and some rocks in like, you know that part in the back of the like fishing ships where there's like a cooler that's like built into it to keep the fish alive? Yeah.
Wow, Jody, you made the hell out of that puddle. Thank you. Looks really wet.
Yep. Well, we have something, and I don't know if you can take it home, but I thought, well, because then you'd have to explain how you got the turtle. And then people always worry about like salmonella with turtles. I don't know if that's something we should actually be worried about, but it came from a pet store. It's probably fine.
I mean, we're not going to eat it, right?
Yeah, no. Why would you eat a turtle?
Just
I'm not. No.
I think it's if you touch it and then lick your fingers.
Wait, where is the turtle? What did you do?
You like it?
At this, the Jody's toy poodle sees the turtle and starts barking incessantly loudly at it,
Here we
going
go.
almost maniacal. It's yapping at it like it wants to bite it.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, hey, Rose, sit. Place. And I point to a dog bed that's seen better days, and I attempt to ask her to go sit there. Come on.
Yeah, going to make a
Work on
charm
this.
check for me as well.
A charm, all right. I am pretty
Determine how well the relationship is between this toy poodle and this punk rock turtle.
Oh, it's all going downhill from here.
and charm is heart-based. Okay, I get 5 of these. 1 6. 1 6.
Quality role play everyone tuned in for.
Oh my god, you're not gonna believe this. I got 3 6s.
They love each other so much.
I
They're
believe it.
friends.
She immediately stops yelping and curls up into the makeshift dog bed that you made for her and lays down.
You gotta be
Occasionally like, opening
quiet.
one eye and looking at the turtle.
Be quiet, okay?
I think
And
we're
then-
all a little amazed at the skill we just saw.
100%.
All right.
It's a good dog. It's not her fault she looks like a little boy that lives in a purse.
We should train the turtle. Maybe we should come up with a name for this turtle. So we kept calling it turtle. I vote Spike for obvious reasons.
Yeah, now it's obvious reasons.
I mean, it's not permanent. You can take them off. I think.
I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. I guess so.
You don't have to pick Spike.
Well, what?
I'm
All
trying
right.
to, like bully you into it.
You guys want to vote on it? Like, anybody else have any ideas?
I mean, Spike's, that's pretty rad.
Yeah.
Better than turtle.
Well, I'm gonna name it Myrtle.
You are now in possession of one turtle named Spike.
Or
Hell yeah.
Mike.
Mike.
It's my
Just saying Mike's a good name. You can name him Mike.
Mike. Like, short for Michelangelo.
And then we know nothing can ever happen to it.
Yeah.
the DM can't do anything to it. What's your dog's name, Jody?
Rose.
Rose,
I did not
okay.
name the dog, but her name is Rose.
Excellent. All right. Is there anything else you guys are doing in the Skywalker at the moment?
I would be like going into my backpack, and it's like a TARDIS backpack. You have no idea how much it can hold, but I get out like chocolate milk for everybody. I start doling out
Heck
bubble gum.
yeah.
There's some baseball cards that me and Danny stole yesterday. I'm like, hey, help yourself.
Combination. Chocolate milk and bubblegum.
I think she kind of
Oh.
what she could get.
It's food groups. It's just the 2 basic food groups. Keeps your energy up for shenanigans.
I touched the. I immediately want some chalky milk, but how cold is it?
It is. It's pretty warm. Yeah, it's been in my backpack for an hour, and it's like 100 degrees out. So it is like it's cool. For
Almost.
There's a lot of condensation.
I kind of try to do that thing where I go to grab the chocolate milk and I realize it's warm, and I like instead of picking it up, I push it to the side to grab some bubble gum. Very casual.
As you do, you notice like the chocolate milk inside sloshes a little bit and has that like ring of like slightly curdled milk along the edge.
I'm just chug-a-lug. I'm good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to town. I don't care. I don't get food at home.
Oh.
Suddenly, a few minutes pass. You guys start to hear a loud thunk, thunk, thunk from outside the clubhouse.
God damn it.
Ching.
Peek over. What the hell?
Stops for a moment. You down below, you see Gary from school. He has a hammer, and he's prying away the steps of the ladder from the tree.
Hey,
come on, man. We just fixed that.
I take some of the chocolate milk and I throw it at Gary.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll participate.
Yeah.
I'll just like empty one upside down on top of him.
Okay.
You thirsty, Gary?
This is Gary pops as he's in the process of popping off the second step up, the chocolate milk, curdled chocolate milk, just pours all down his head, down over his shoulders, and you see him get furious, and he takes his hands, rips off the third ladder step, looks up at you. Tick up there with you.
You mean Rorik? Who wants to know? Hey, hand me that hammer.
My hammer wants to know. And he takes the hammer and he throws it up towards you. So I'm gonna need you to make a move check to see if you dodge out of the way of the hammer in time.
I'm going mouthing up. My first roll.
Did I make one too, or no?
Were you looking over the edge as well?
I was throwing milk at him.
You were throwing milk. You both were. So yeah, the two of you. Yep.
I believe I have been struck by a hammer, friends. Night. No successes.
Is he like going to like ping pong like ding, ding, both of you right now?
Hold on, maybe
As Gary, the school bully, kind of wipes away some of the chocolate milk that's covering his face and his head now. This kid's 15, and you're pretty sure that he's balding from your vantage point. So unfortunately, the hammer he threw hit you, kind of right in the side of the head. You're okay though, Betty. So you're able to like dodge out of the way as the hammer comes flying at you.
Ow! Where's the hammer?
Hey.
I want to find it and chuck it back at him.
Yeah.
It's our hammer now.
It was.
I don't need you to stick up for me. You can deal with this.
We're not sticking up for you.
No,
We're
look at her.
sticking up.
She's got blood on her face now.
I know he did that to her, so now we gotta stick up for her.
Yes, please.
No.
A brick.
You take a brick. Is that what you're doing?
Like a good old brick fight. Jeez.
Today's the day when the kids kill a guy.
Kids are all right.
I mean, Gary's a bully, but come on, guys. As Betty, so Annie, you're distracted as you're bleeding from the head just a little bit. You're okay, but you're bleeding. You do take a condition, and you get to choose which condition it is. But I would assume you're injured.
Yes, I'll take it.
Or it could be something else. It could be your pride, or yeah.
Oh yeah. No, yeah, why not? I'll go ahead and burn my pride. YOLO. My pride is I never cry when I get hurt. So even though I just got hit in the face with a hammer and I'm like, my lower lip's quivering a little bit, I'm like, I'm going to get that guy. So I will not take a condition.
Okay. So that's the only time you can use your pride, right? Yeah. All right. So you're okay. You just kind of shake it off and you're like, man, fuck that kid. And Betty, you take a brick that's just kind of sitting up there. It looks like it's one that Jody brought up to help build the turtle. What's it called? Terrarium, I guess. As you pull the brick out, a couple of the larger stones that Jody brought up here collapse, and the turtle aquarium collapses. But you take the brick and you toss it at Gary. What happens?
wasn't gonna throw it. I was gonna threaten him with it. But
Oh, okay.
it's okay. I'll throw it at him. It's fine. I'll do it.
You don't have, if that's not what you're doing, you don't have to. I thought that's what you were doing.
I was like, I take a brick and I say, I have a brick and I will throw it at you if you don't leave right now.
He backs away a few steps. You tell your brother Tick I'll see him at school. In September? It's September. I'll see him there in September. I'll beat the crap out of him.
His name's Rorik, ass.
Oh my god, it's only because he's still in summer school, dumbass.
Learn your months.
Yeah, I know my months.
Doesn't seem like it.
He just walks away,
I know my months.
covered in chocolate milk. His white t-shirt just partially brown now.
That guy sucks.
He's gonna stink for days.
You okay? Let me look at that.
It's fine. It just, I think it's gonna swell a little bit tomorrow.
I'm gonna ask
Here,
him.
hold one of the milks up to it.
Oh yeah, I take a now lukewarm milk and I'm like, yeah, I guess that's better.
As a little of the blood like kind of rubs off on the plastic container of the milk milk jug.
And then I drink out of it. I'm hydrated.
Give me the hammer. I'll go fix the ladder.
Thanks.
Climb back down.
That's the second time we had to fix it this week because of Gary.
We gotta do something about the Gary problem.
Yeah.
At least we got a hammer out of it.
Oh yeah.
I got a hammer out of it.
Now you have, yeah.
We didn't have a hammer before.
Man, next time let's just drop firecrackers on him. I forgot I had them.
You have firecrackers?
Yeah.
Oh,
Do you
hell
want some?
Yes.
Yeah.
Are they good ones?
I don't know. I just
Are they
borrowed
bad?
them from the stall at the end of for the 4th of July thing. They're still selling them. So, you know, I give everybody a couple, like, they look like little firecrackers, like they wouldn't do anything more than go bang. Like they probably wouldn't take a finger off or anything, but I'm real proud of it. Here you go. Everybody gets some.
Ah, cool.
Thanks.
So, Warwick, you fix up the ladder to the Skywalker, and your clubhouse is back in prime condition. Jody, I assume you probably replace the stones and you fix the turtle.
Yeah.
The turtle home. All right.
Looks good.
Is there anything
Laura,
else?
thanks.
Anything else you guys wanted to do here at the clubhouse? So at this point, it's about 2 p.m. You had plans later that evening to meet up at the arcade.
Hell yeah.
Unless there is anywhere else you wanted to go or any other scene you wanted to set.
I'm good with arcade.
Arcade sounds great.
Pretty hot out, so yeah.
Yeah, it is quite hot today. It's about 100 and feels like 106. So later that day, you all make your way to the local arcade. It's incredibly busy at the arcade. As you approach the arcade, a strong neon glow blankets everything around it. Flashing neon signs cast a pink and purple hue over the surrounding buildings and concrete. The sound of laughter, electronic dinging, MIDI music, and adolescent chatter flood the air. Inside the arcade, quarter after quarter is dropped into games ranging from pinball, such as AC/DC and Star Wars, to arcade games like Gauntlet, Gunsmoke, and Ghosts and Goblins. Every few feet, groups of kids huddle around someone who's about to beat a high score. Other games have lines of people placing quarters down, calling dibs on the next round. In the back of the arcade, a large tube television hanging from the ceiling. An employee, who you know to be Samantha Boyle, dressed in all black, dark eyeliner, what some kids refer to as a goth, pulls out a blockbuster case containing a VHS and pops in the movie. Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom starts playing on the TV.
Rad.
Do.
I love it here.
Cool.
Annie books it for Gauntlet, calling dibs on Red Wizard.
So I follow her, but I go to one of the machines next to it, and immediately I'm trying to jimmy open one of the doors because I don't have any quarters and I need some quarters.
Yeah. All right. So you try to jimmy open one of the doors. It's pretty crowded here. So you're actually like, and there's only one employee and she's just like a high school girl that works here. So go ahead and do a tinker check for me to see if you are able to kind of jimmy open this door.
So that's 3. 1-6.
All right. Yeah. So you, it works. How do you do this?
So,
It's the first. How do you want to do this?
Yeah. On an arcade game.
So when I describe it, it's not something I've ever done before. So, no. So I'm just kind of standing in front of it, though, like I'm about to play, and I just kind of reach my hands down, really like just kind of looking around, and I know that the coin slot, like the push-in slot on this one, is loose already. So I just kind of grab the edge of it and shove it over, and it's just enough that like the last few quarters that were in there, I sort of pull out the piece that slots down in there, and I'm able to grab like 3 quarters that were put into the machine, and then I quickly shove it all back into place and walk over so I can play Gauntlet.
Nice.
Red Platinum, thank you so much. They just pushed us over the edge with a huge donation. We just made $500.
Whoa.
Let's go for 600. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Keep it the goal. Thank you, Red Platinum. That was awesome. All right. So you make your way over to where Annie is to play Gauntlet. Now, what are the rest of you doing? As you pop a few of your quarters in to play the game.
Looking around. Go to my sister and Betty.
What?
Air hockey.
Yeah.
All right, you're going down.
No, not.
All right, so you approach the air hockey table. It's not the most popular game in the arcade. You could definitely just go right up and play it. So you play air hockey. What about you, Jody? What are you doing?
I think I'm gonna watch a couple people play like Ghosts and Goblins to kind of like get an idea of it. Just to like refresh my mind before I start using my own quarters and make a stupid mistake.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a little rusty.
Yeah, so let's
Do a
start
little bit of backseat gaming,
Yeah. So Ghosts and Goblins, things I should have researched before the session.
You fight ghosts and goblins and stuff. Help them to find the castle.
Sure.
I think you're Sir Arthur, right?
What
I
if
totally remember.
we find this book and it's called Dungeons and Dragons? I'm like, wow, we should play this one, and then we just play that game inside this game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then we go back to the Skywalker and set down our first edition book.
Yeah.
Love it.
So Danny and Annie, you're now playing Gauntlet, and you're doing pretty well. You're kind of surviving on your 3 quarters that you were able to acquire from the other game. A few minutes pass, and over to your right, you hear one kid just kind of like freaking out, like, "Whoa! Do you see this? Hey, Charlie, you see this over here? Charlie, look at this!"
Wait,
I'm trying to like not die as I'm getting clobbered by the Spider Queen. I'm like, what are they doing?
I just get totally distracted. I'm just like, wait, what?
No, you need to
could
grab
be
the
playing
push. Grab the
something
push.
better than
Ah,
Gauntlet.
shit.
You look over and you see that in their pinball game, the ball is actually hovering in midair inside the pinball game.
Wow.
And his friend Charlie kind of walks over. He's like this red-haired kid with freckles. "Oh, come on, Danny, it's just the magnet under there." And Danny's like, no, look at this. Look, it's just hovering there. It's not even touching the ground.
Danny, go
That's
check.
the floor of the pinball game.
Go look. Maybe you can get a free pin.
Yeah, I just walk over and I just kind of ignore them. Like I'm just fascinated. Like I'm just like staring into the machine, like just looking around.
Yeah, so you look inside. Yeah, so
I
you get
immediately
really
head over
close.
too. Like, screw this backseat gaming.
So the two of you make your way over to this pinball game. You kind of push aside Charlie and Danny, and you take a really close look at this pinball game. And indeed, it's like this metal pinball ball is inside the pinball game, just kind of hovering there, just kind of slowly, not bouncing, not quite touching the floor within the pinball game. It's just hovering.
I bang on the glass real hard. Wham! What does it do?
The ball vibrates a little bit from the force of your impact on the pinball game, and just continues to hover there.
That's weird.
Oh, weird.
Okay. This is really cool, but I kind of want to unplug it and see what happens.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Or what?
Go ahead. Do you do that?
Any objections?
Huh? It's not my game.
Okay. All right, I go, like, stomp on the plug to, like, pull it out of the wall. Because I want to see what happens the second this thing comes out. I'm not leaning down. I'm, like,
Not
kicking
leaning
it out
down.
of the
You want
wall.
to see it. Yeah, as soon as that plug pops out, the ball is still hovering there.
What?
That's not supposed to be a thing. Danny, why is it doing that?
Knock on it now.
Oh yeah. Wham! Bang on the glass again.
Still hovering there,
Still hovering.
vibrating in midair.
I tried crawling under the machine, and I'm looking at it from below. Like I'm trying to like feel if there's anything going on like beneath the machine. Like,
Yeah, do an investigate check,
okay.
please.
Turning into that bit from Zoolander where they're like jumping up and down, hitting the computer.
Ooh. Only one dice for this, so no, not a success.
Yeah, it looks like the underside of a pinball game, and there's nothing really.
Gum. You know,
Yeah.
a bunch of
Lots of gum.
yeah.
Yeah, my hands just get like sticky from like I'm trying to peel away stuff, but I'm not finding anything.
I take the third quarter we had reserved
If you-
for Gauntlet, and I put it on top of.
Here, wait, let me plug it back in first.
No, I'm not like putting it in the machine. I'm putting it on top of the glass, like above where the pinball is hovering. Does the coin do anything?
The coin does not do anything. It's just resting there on the glass.
Take it back before someone can take it.
Who's furthest away from the pinball game?
Oh god.
You two are. Are you watching what's going on?
No, we are
so
focused.
we're in the game.
You're okay.
Yeah.
The two of you, as you're focused on the game, you're in a little bit more of a quiet area within within Vinny's arcade. Rourke, you very faintly feel this or hear this faint humming sound.
Hell is that? Are you thinking a noise to distract me?
So faint.
No!
Yeah.
Oh! Take it. Hit. Still listening, kind of like, wait a minute. Do you hear that though? Is it the machine? Hold on. No, hold on.
What?
I hear something. It's like, are you doing that?
I thought that was just the machine.
Well, no, the machine does that, but I hear like another thing. Do you hear?
You take a moment to kind of tune everything out, Rourke, and you're able to very faintly zero in on the humming sound, and you just barely make it out, coming from the direction of the TV and the VHS player.
Just the what part of Indiana Jones are we at? Is it the boulder coming through, or is it?
Oh, it's only about 10 minutes in.
Okay.
So whatever happens about 10 minutes in.
Not the
The
boulder.
sound is not associated with what's happening in the movie, from what you can tell.
Oh, so it's just like okay.
And it's not the buzzing sound that tube televisions made.
You hear
It
that?
almost seems electronic in a sense, a very faint beeping.
Yes?
Go up and I'm like looking at the TV.
Wait, what is it?
Give it a slap on the side.
As you approach the TV and you kind of give it a tap to see if it kind of makes the annoying humming sound go away. Suddenly on the TV flashes tick, just the letters tick. The movie cuts out for a moment and just the letters TIC flash, and then the movie comes back.
Did you see that?
Indiana Jones?
No. Do I still hear the humming at all, or?
The humming seems to have dissipated at this point. And then suddenly the those of you who are still watching the pinball machine, the ball drops and just falls down to the bottom of the pinball game.
Man,
That's weird.
that's really weird.
Should we plug it back in?
Yeah, that's perfect.
Plug it back in. It
Maybe
boots
there's
up.
some like, like after you turn off the TV, there's still like that like whoop, and it like is staticky for a little bit, and then it like stops doing that.
Like the glow?
Yeah, like do you think that's what happened after we unplugged it? It had like a little bit of float left in it, and then it just fell.
I don't understand how any of these things work. Maybe.
Never seen a pinball float before. That's not part of the game, is it?
It was unplugged for a rather long time.
Oh,
Weird.
that was really weird. I feel like that's too long. Maybe it's haunted.
Maybe it is. These aliens.
That'd be cool. I want to meet some aliens. That'd be fun.
I go around. How many pinball machines are there in the arcade?
There's about 7.
I go around to each one and like, I just like I'm poking and shoving them, like expecting them to all do the same thing.
Yeah, so as you walk through the arcade, whether kids are playing the arcade game or not, you just kind of like get in the way and just you swat their hands out of the way and tap the flippers and like pull on the plunger. Some kids kind of get it. Hey, what are you doing, man? Because they all have New York accents in Boulder City, Nevada. And they all seem to be functioning normally now.
Huh.
Things at the arcade have kind of picked up and going as normal.
I turned to a couple people. Did you see that? Did you see? Did that ball just hover for you when you were playing?
I'm sorry, Danny. You got to lay off the weed, man.
As he's talking to them, I'm trying to go behind them and just take some quarters out of their coin cup.
Do a sneak check for me.
I trained for this. Oh yeah, I trained big for this.
Heck yeah.
Oh god. That is one. I did not train hard enough for this. I got 1 success.
That's good enough. You very sneakily, your hand just real quickly, shoot, your tiny little, 13-year-old hand just
12. Yeah.
dives in, 12,
And
pulls out a bunch of quarters.
I kind of snapped out about it after a minute. I'm just like, oh, that was just weird. And I notice that she's grabbing quarters, and I'm like, oh yeah, that's a good idea. So I like actually try to distract them more. Like I kind of forget about the pinball machine, and I'm just, hey, yeah, that you saw that, didn't you? Like, and I'm just kind of like keeping my eye on her, like watching her grab more quarters.
All right. You're now, if currency mattered in this game, you're now in possession of maybe about $10 in quarters.
So rich. I'm so rich.
You like just getting their cup and kind of like shaking it out.
It's a lot of quarters.
Your hoodie like awkwardly sagging and making like clink clink clink
I'm super jingly everywhere I go.
Like it just like spurs like.
Pockets kind of like pulling weight down on your shorts a little bit.
Yeah. I sneak into the corner and I like redistribute all the coins and they're all in one pocket. So if I get caught, they can't take all of it back.
Wise. This isn't your first rodeo.
The roll to see who wins.
Can we do that?
Yeah.
You go back to the air hockey. You guys, so you're playing each other. You're very competitive about air hockey. So you guys want to do a couple kid versus kid rolls here.
Yeah. What would that be?
So I guess you would do, oh man, what would it be? Tinker? Sure.
I want to see if I can sneak it past her while she's,
Yeah.
Does that mean I have to do sneak too?
No, you can do a different one like force or move or like take your pick.
As the red disc passes along the air hockey table. What'd you guys get?
She won.
3 6s.
I got one.
Great. All right.
I win.
Tested by your younger sister, as expected. Betty wins.
I'm the only one that's allowed to beat you.
All right. All right. So we can move on to the next scene. Is there anywhere you guys wanted a scene you wanted to set up? Anywhere you wanted to go? It's getting rather late at this point. I'd say it's about 10 o'clock at night.
I'm good.
Yeah, it's way. Oh shit, we missed dinner.
Yeah.
Go home. Maybe just like spend the night at the clubhouse. I don't want to get in trouble.
We're gonna get in trouble either way. But like, if we don't show up at all, Mom and Dad's gonna be pissed.
Okay.
I look at Danny
So-
and shrug, like, no one's
Kids.
going to notice if we don't come home, so
Yeah.
whatever.
Earlier that day, Danny, Annie, your parents, your mom did remind you that you actually have an appointment with your social worker next morning. Just kind of your bi-weekly touch base with your social worker. And Betty and Rorik, your dad asked you to drop off lunch at the Loop for Mrs. Is it Patterson?
So,
Or let's see here.
yeah, Peterson.
Go for Mrs. Peterson.
Sorry.
Yeah. So that's kind of what you guys have on the agenda for the next morning. Do you guys stay the night at the Skywalker?
We should go home.
We're kids.
I mean, it's summertime in Boulder City.
In the 80s, yeah.
Yeah.
Get to do what we want. But no, we should go home. You're right.
Okay.
All right.
See you guys tomorrow.
And
See you guys.
See ya.
See ya.
and Jody, where are you going home? I assume.
Yeah, I should go home.
Okay. All right. So fast forward to the next morning. Is there anything you want to do before I set the scene?
Cool.
No? Okay. So, Danny and Annie, you wake up the next morning. You make what you can of the non-name brand cereal that you have in your trailer, and you make your way to your social worker's office in downtown Boulder City. Wayne Stofa's office is as stale as one would expect for a middle-aged social worker in Boulder City. Wayne himself is a rather round man with kind of this male pattern baldness going on, white collar and khakis. Colors of brown and burnt orange dominate the small room he calls an office. Plaid wallpaper lines the walls. On the industrial tan metal desk to the left of the entrance rests an Apple Macintosh, a Rolodex, a desk calendar, and various scattered office supplies. In the middle of the room sits three rather unassuming brown leather chairs, worn down from perhaps a decade of people coming to Wayne for help and guidance. Despite all this, Wayne is somebody that you rely on, who you enjoy speaking to every couple weeks. He welcomes you warmly into his office.
Hi.
Hi.
If we cooperate, can we play Logo on your computer, please?
Is that what you prefer to do today?
I mean,
Do you not feel like talking much?
I mean, it's just the same as it always is. Like that kid that's always picking on Rorik hit me with a hammer yesterday, and I didn't fight him, so I feel like I should be praised for that.
He kind of cranes his neck around and looks at your head. Do you need a Band-Aid for that?
It's fine.
You sure?
It's just like
Did you tell your mom?
we haven't seen her in like 3 days. She's always working.
You need to talk about these things. That's what I'm here for.
Thanks.
And Danny, how are you?
Fine.
He's always fine.
What? Fine is fine. It's an answer, isn't it?
It's fine. It's fine to be fine. Sarge is still trying to get rid of us, but whatever.
He just says that.
I don't know.
Is that what you think? Your stepdad's trying to get rid of you?
I mean, he says that's what he wants to do. It's just like he keeps like you can hear everything through the wall. They're made of paper, and he keeps telling Mom like it'd be so much simpler if he just sent us after our aunt.
He says we'd be happier anyway.
Yeah, because she's rich or whatever. But like we don't know anybody out there. All our friends are here.
You know your mom wouldn't allow that, right?
Is that true?
Your mom loves you. She would never send you away.
Is she gonna like afford to keep us? Because I hear kids are expensive, even though like we don't feel expensive.
You are expensive, but it's worth it.
You promise? You promise my mom won't send us away?
Like, you heard her say she wouldn't send us away, right? Like, you heard those words.
Is that what she said? You heard her say it?
Is this what it's like being a social worker?
Tell us. Swear on your life, Wayne.
He says, can you make an empathize check for me?
Okay.
Both of you?
Both? Okay.
I put all my points into stealing stuff, so we'll see how this goes.
Yeah, this is maybe not. Oh, yes.
I have one success.
One success.
Yes.
All right. He says, I've spoken to your mother, and I know how much she loves you. She would never send you away. I promise you that.
Oh. Okay. Okay.
Listen, it seems like today's a fine day. And when he says this, you know that he knows you have some days where all you feel like saying is that your day is fine. He goes, would you like to, what game is it you like to play?
Can we play Logo?
Of course.
Thanks.
And he boots up the Apple Macintosh and he goes, I'll tell you what, you spend a few minutes in here, go ahead and play the game. I'm going to step outside. I'm going to make a few phone calls. Okay?
Thanks, Wayne.
All right.
You're fine.
So
You're not
you
fine.
sit down. So what do you guys do? Yeah.
So, I right away am like checking out the computer because like every time I see it, it's like the first time I've seen it. I'm just kind of fascinated by it. So not even necessarily like turning it on. I'm like checking all the connections and like, you know, just kind of moving it around.
My impulse is to push him out of the way so I can have my turn first, but I'm like, I know he really likes this, so I just let him have at it for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And eventually I just kind of sit back and because like it's a bit of an unspoken thing. She don't like after that I'm like really appreciative and I just kind of step back and then I let her, you know, step forward and use it.
Yep. So you kind of mess around with the computer a little bit, and then Annie, you come up to the computer. You're a little more versed in how to use it. And are you playing this game? Is that what you're doing?
Yeah, it's like it's not even a game, it's just something to teach you like basic coding, but it's the only thing I've ever seen, so I think it's like the height of technology. It's so cool.
So you, it's a thing that teaches you basic coding, and you're kind of going through the exercises, and you're loving it as Danny, as you're watching her, I assume.
Yeah, really intently.
I'm making the turtle do this, and then this, and I think I'm a genius.
That's what it is. I remember that. That was my favorite thing.
That game.
I didn't
Oh
recognize
my
that's a thing.
god.
That's what it was. It was like, and you had like a turtle in real life, right? And like it would go around on the floor.
Yeah, and I
that
probably
right?
would have picked Oregon Trail if we hadn't stolen a turtle last week, so this is fun.
Yeah. So it just so happens, yeah. I mean, he knows this. He knows what the two of you like, and he actually has that kind of robotic turtle on the ground on the opposite side of the desk. And as you move it around on the screen, it's moving around on the floor on the opposite side of the desk, and occasionally it just kind of bumps into one of the legs of the desk, and it's kind of stuck there now.
So, I look at the screen and I'm like trying to figure out what she's doing, and then I look down at the turtle and I'm like, okay, I know what to do. So when this happens, and I'm like pulling it away from the leg, and then I'm trying to, and I just sort of, without even really thinking, like move the other furniture around, just like kind of like with my shoulder, I'm just kind of shoving the other furniture aside so that I can put this turtle,
Redecorating
like,
his office.
yeah, more in like an open space, and I'm just kind of, that should work. That should work.
It's awesome.
That's right.
All right, I'm gonna try
Yeah.
again. And I would just imagine like a hacker or something, even though I don't actually know what that word means. I'm like, I'm hacking. I'm gonna start typing. Like
So you're just typing away. The turtle starts moving around on the ground between the main area where you would typically be sitting to talk to your social worker. And it's working. The turtle's moving around on the ground. It kind of bumps into the social worker's, it bumps into Wayne's bag, his leather kind of briefcase satchel, and the bag kind of tips over. And out kind of spills out a few kind of just notebooks. Looks like where he keeps his notes of what he notes he takes from other patients, from other people he sees, and a VHS tape from the local video store. Blockbuster falls out as well.
Well, we should clean that up for him, right? We don't want to be disrespectful.
Yeah, but what's that videotape though? What's that?
Well, obviously, we need to look at it to put it back in his bag, Danny. And I pick it up, and I'm just like, what did he rent? Is it dirty?
No, it's from Blockbuster, and Blockbuster does not have adult
They
areas.
don't have the back section, right?
They don't have the back section, yeah. It's Karate Kid.
Oh, it's a classic. He's
Classic.
so cool.
It was even a classic at that point, right?
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
I took some influence from it. Should we just take a quick peek at this file to like confirm that we're his favorites? I feel like we are. I'm just gonna like very
would he-
slowly put them back in his bag.
Yeah, he showed us his notes before about us, right? Like it's
Yeah.
not.
What if it's a different kid? And I just like I start cleaning up, but I'm like looking at everything as I put it back in his bag.
Yeah, so you're very slowly kind of putting each sheet back. You there's lots of sheets about people you know nothing about. It looks like one that you come across is Gary, and you just see kind of really quickly scribbled notes about Gary that say Napoleon complex, victim mentality.
I don't know what any of these words mean. Do you think I could like alter them and be like, he should be sent to juvie? Do you think Wayne would fall for that and be like, recommending sent to juvie forever? I'm gonna write that. Give me a pen.
Oh no.
Do you grab a pen?
Yeah.
I grab a pen from the desk and I bring it over to her.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just kind of, I'm a little stunned. I'm like, wait, is that how that works? So I'm just following along.
I think I'm matching Wayne's handwriting exactly, and I'm like, he sucks. Recommending send to juvie forever. Tuck it in his bag. And I look
Nice.
super pleased with myself, like it's the smartest thing I ever did. Can't wait to tell Rick. Oh man,
Solved that. That's fixed, right?
we never have to deal with this guy again. Oh man, Rick's gonna be so happy.
And as you put the rest of the sheets away, you come across some other ones. You do come across notes he's taken with you about your conversations and your relationship with your parents. And then you come across one notes that he had with Ron. And the notes he's taken are surprisingly heartfelt. Ron talks about how much he loves the two of you, but that he feels like he gets stressed sometimes. That he doesn't know how to be the father that his wife needs him to be.
I don't remember the Sarge ever saying he loved us. Do you recall this? I don't recall this.
No, someone else wrote that.
Is this just
What?
something he says because he's like, oh, I'm being documented? Oh, yeah, I love those kids. They're great. He hates us.
I don't know. I take the paper though, and I'm reading it for like I'm like reading it and rereading it because I don't believe it.
He didn't write down that time that he hit you that time. I don't see like, I love him so much, except when he mouthed off and I smacked him. I don't see that. Can we recommend that Ron be sent to prison? Is that a thing we can do? Should we try?
Did you tell the social worker that? Does the social worker know that?
No, I don't know. Danny, did we keep those secret?
Did we keep that a secret? Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, we like some of the more difficult times we just don't say anything. So there's we definitely see something different written down.
Okay. All right. So you take the notes and you put the rest away back into the bag and kind of tidy it up nice and neat, and you put the bag back up where it was. And as you turn back to the computer, you notice something odd on the screen of the computer, where before was the screen for the game which controls the turtle. You now see a series of kind of binary code that's just not slowly, but kind of quickly panning across the screen, and then it terminates, and it's just, this code is just sitting there. And I will put this into the chat for you so you can see what you see.
Danny, what'd you do?
I didn't do anything. What?
You did something. Look at that. It just says like, ooh, ooh. What is that?
You were the one last. You were using it.
That is what you see.
It says, and I quote, ooh, 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 I don't know what this means.
Those are zeros. They're not O's.
I think I need glasses.
Are those ones or L's?
Ooh,
Zero,
the lulu. I don't know what this means. The turtle's never done this before.
Was it the turtle that did that?
I don't know. Do you think we
Try
beat it?
click the mouse. Move the mouse, or type a little bit more. I think it might be before mice.
Yeah. I start typing random shit on top of it.
Nothing types. It's just the what looks like the zeros and ones, and just the flashing cursor at the end of it.
Do you think I hacked it? Maybe I hacked it. I don't know.
Was it something about the bag? Like I'm trying to jiggle the bag, thinking that like the bag somehow did something to the computer.
Do an investigate check for me.
I only have 1 second. No, fail.
Should we
And tell what it is.
Should we just turn it off and so we don't get in trouble?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just turn it off.
Annie.
How do you turn it off?
You hear
It's the switch on the back.
Annie, you hear a faint humming sound. But it's kind of high pitched, and it's kind of like a loud, like barely can make out the sound of just like a beeping. Beep 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 beep.
Is it a bomb? Do you think it's a bomb? I don't understand computer. I don't know.
Annie, you don't hear this.
I don't hear this.
What's that beeping?
What beeping?
Very faint, mixed with a hum.
It sounds like a
Anything?
it's like a beep 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 beep.
No.
Listen.
I'm gonna turn the computer off.
I take his head and I gently just press it into the monitor. I'm like, listen to it. Do you hear it?
Do I still not hear it?
You take a moment, each of you in dead silence, to try to listen for it. And Danny, you do hear it slightly now. And it seems to be coming from Wayne's bag, from the direction of his bag.
Okay, I go back over to the bag then, and I dump it out.
Okay.
I start. I help. I start
even
pulling
though-
all this stuff.
Yeah, even though we just put it all back, I'm taking it out, and I'm just like listening to like the VCR or to the tape, and to like I'm like listening.
Me too.
Put the VHS tape up to your ear.
Yeah.
It's definitely coming from the VHS from the Blockbuster case.
Oh.
What?
And I hand it to Annie because I'm just like, wait, listen, it's this.
Do these do this? This isn't supposed to do this. We don't have a VCR. Is this what they do?
Is there a VCR, like a TV and a player in the office?
No, there isn't. It's a rather bland office. You, as you're kind of listening to the tape, suddenly you feel you hear like a, and you look over, and it looks like the desktop is on fire. The computer ignited.
What did you do?
I don't know how to fix that.
What did you do? Is there like pillows on his chairs or anything?
Yes.
There's
cushions.
I start yelling. I'm like, Wayne, and I pick up a cushion. I just start smashing his computer with it. And I look over to Danny. I'm like, he's not going to believe us. No one's going to believe us.
I'm just standing there like I haven't, like the couple of times I've seen fire, like our parents have fixed it for us. And so I don't know what to do.
All you're doing is fanning the flames at this point.
I don't understand the concept of smothering. So I realized like one of these cushions is on fire. I toss it in the corner and I go for another one. I'm like, Wayne.
Yeah.
Wayne.
Wayne comes charging in as the cushion that you're waving at the computer knocks the computer over, spreading the fire as the carpet underneath the desk kind of just slowly catches flames because this carpet's probably been down here. It's like one of those, like, used to be a puffy carpet, but now it's all flat and run down. Just immediately goes up in flames.
Just pure asbestos, as far as I can see.
Yeah. Wayne comes running in, and his jaw just drops, and he looks at you. Go, get out of here.
We didn't. I don't know what I did. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
He runs back out. He grabs a fire extinguisher and runs back into the office.
We go to the hallway, but also like we both are super interested with fire, and we're just kind of like watching.
Yeah, we're peeking around to try and see what happened.
He takes a fire extinguisher and tries to put out the fire as best he can. It looks like he put it out. He walks rather briskly back out of the office to kind of like this reception area, picks up a phone and dials 911 to report a fire in case it catches fire again.
We don't know what happened. I swear we weren't like playing with matches or anything. We
were playing with the frog.
We were just playing Logo.
Just go. I'll take care of this. Just be safe.
Okay.
I'll talk to your parents.
Are you mad at us? Oh, God, please don't talk to our parents.
Oh, my paperwork. And he runs back into the office.
We should go.
Yeah.
When he mentioned his paperwork, which I guess at this point I was hoping would just burn up, I'm like, please, let's go.
Or probably largely did, but he's in there now. All right, so let's go over to Jody. What are you doing? So you wake up the next morning. What were your plans in the morning?
I think my plans were mostly to hit up the library and figure out, like, I want to learn more about magnets. Or why as all kids do, I've hit that critical age where I'm like, magnets. Yeah.
How do they work?
Pinball floating. How do they work?
So you make your way over to the local library. It's this kind of stone, obviously like stone facade with a few pillars out front with about a flight of, long steps that lead up to the library. And you're greeted at the front. You're familiar with the library. You go here rather frequently. And Miss Abrams greets you. Jody, it's good to see you today. It's been a few days since I've seen you. How's your summer going?
Really? Pretty. Other than the heat, it's been really good. But I guess that's like every summer. It's nice and cool in here. I forgot that.
Yes, it's a good job to have during these hot summer days here in Boulder City. What is it you'll be reading today? Is there anything I can help you with?
Yeah, I was trying to understand. Like, I was playing at the arcade the other day, and I'm not exactly sure how the pinball machines work, but I kind of wanted to figure out more about that, like either about machines or like how the magnets in it work, because it was doing some really weird stuff.
Oh, sure. She goes, actually, that's a very popular subject here, and I actually have some books right here I could give you if you want to take a read through some of these.
Yeah, and I'll definitely take her up on that.
Okay. And so she hands you these books, and you can check them out if you want, or you can read them in the library if you'd like.
I think I'll skim them in the library and maybe check out like one or two of them. I don't want to carry all these books back.
Okay. So, yeah, we'll just say you take these library books and you sit down at one of the long tables and you flip through them. You find a couple books among all these about magnets that kind of detail the magnetrine effect, which is, again, the technology that kind of changed everything in this world. And you find two books that are kind of suitable to what you're looking for.
Then I'll check those out and maybe have some time to read them when we're back in our hideout.
She takes the books and she has a computer there, and she tries to scan the books with one of her scanners, and she kind of puts the book down and scanner down, like taps the side of the desktop. This thing's been acting up today. This is odd. Huh.
Oh wait, did you put a magnet near it recently? I heard that's bad for computers.
I've heard that too, but no magnets, not that I'm aware of. She like kind of taps ferociously on the keyboard trying to get it to do something. She's like, I don't know. I think it's broken. I might have to get a new computer. I'll talk to my manager. Listen, Jody, you take these books, okay? I'll manually log that you took them, and you just bring them back at your convenience.
All right, sounds good. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Okay. As you exit, she kind of continues to like key, and like she's turning, like pulls out some of the cables on the back of the computer and plugs them back in. And she gives a loud yelp. And you look back and you just hear her talking to one of her coworkers. It shocked me. The coworker says, don't touch it. Just leave it. We'll have one of the technicians take care of it.
Weird.
All right, Rourke and
Is that weird for technology? Like, I feel like that's 2 pieces of technology that acted up in the last 24 hours. Is that normal, or is that kind of odd?
I would say, since you're not with anyone right now, you're kind of talking to yourself as you walk out. And yeah, it definitely seems abnormal.
Okay.
Especially around here, despite kind of all the effects of the loop and the magnetrine magnets and everything. So, it's definitely out of the normal. Rourke and Betty, what are you two doing?
What?
It's not picking you up there. Alicia.
I'm pouring a bowl of Quisp cereal, which is really good. Just, nice cold milk and everything before I out.
So when are you supposed to drop off this lunch?
Probably around lunch.
It's a late morning for you. You slept in.
You didn't call.
You slept in. It's the summer. It's about 11 o'clock.
What do you think she likes to eat?
Well, she usually when I see her, she likes she's had like tuna fish sandwiches.
I open the fridge. Oh, we got bologna.
Well, because we wouldn't have like the cans of tuna in the fridge. They're over there in the pantry. You got.
Yeah, but don't you think she wants something different than tuna fish? Or she has tuna fish all the time?
Well, I guess so, but I mean, we could try it, but she might not like it, and then. Yeah. No, it's a good idea. No,
We can do tuna fish this time.
she might like bologna. What do we do half and half, and then she can choose which one she likes?
Like tuna fish on the bottom and...
No, no, ew. No, I mean like we make a bologna sandwich and make a tuna sandwich. We cut them in half and put one in one.
Alright.
So she eats which one she wants.
And we eat the other half?
I guess. You
So-
pick it. All right, cool.
I'm not eating tuna fish though.
No, I'll eat that one. You have the other one.
Okay.
You know how to make a tuna fish sandwich?
Nope.
That's why you went with bologna?
Mm-hmm.
All right, safe bet.
I hear there's mustard in it though.
No, in bologna?
No tuna fish?
No, tuna fish is made of fish.
No, I know, but like there's sauce
yeah.
or something you gotta put.
No, I thought that was sardines or anchovies or one of these other gross fish that comes in a can. Pickled herrings? I don't know. No,
Okay, I'll just figure out what's in that.
okay, I'll just make
Just pull out all the condiments.
We just like start like getting barbecue sauce and Worcestershire,
Yeah.
et cetera, and just like I don't know.
Alright, we'll do tuna fish, pickles, chop them up,
Well, you might be overthinking this.
mayo, mustard. You think a little bit of Worcestershire sauce and cocktail sauce. I think grown-ups like cocktail sauce.
I'll do the tuna. You do the bologna. We'll just kind of like we switch around and everything to make room around the kitchen, and pretty soon it's an absolute disaster. Like, the entire countertop.
So you have the right ingredients. You're trying to figure out what the right portions are to make up this, I guess, tuna salad you're kind of making.
Yeah.
What? Do a calculate check.
Oh
See
boy!
how you make this tuna salad.
Oh god! What does that mean?
Calculate that the barbecue sauce is 0.
Yep, hold up. Calculate.
Me too.
So it's going to be like 3 cups of mayo
I got 2.
for every gram of fish.
Okay, we'll see. Oh my gosh, I succeed with 2 dice. Got a 6.
Okay.
Okay.
Nice.
We got.
On my bologna though, I'm making bologna.
Oh shit! Right. So.
Wait, you're making a bologna and tuna fish salad sandwich?
No.
Oh, I got a
we're
6 too.
we're
I got a
making-
6 too.
We're
All
making
right.
half and half.
We're both making a sandwich. We're cutting it in half.
Yeah.
You put it. Oh, you're cutting it in half. Okay. So you make the sandwich and then you cut it in half. So like on the bologna side, there's a little bit of tuna salad in there, and then on the
what?
tuna
No,
salad side, there's a little bit of bologna in there.
2 separate sandwiches. We're cutting them in half, and then we're eating half
Okay.
after.
Yeah.
You made a decent bologna and tuna fish salad sandwiches. Gross. All right.
Sandwiches, Mike. It's okay.
Uh-huh.
Right.
All right. So is there anything else you guys want to do here before you make your way over to the loop?
Go with melt, right? We pack that.
Yeah, popsicle's gonna melt. I mean, if you eat it on the way, it'll probably be all right.
Maybe just some Tang. Do they have Tang?
Tang? I don't know. Check the pantry. Might be some iced tea, but like the powdery kind, you gotta mix. It doesn't really taste
Yeah,
good.
and strawberries. I think that's good.
All right, we're good. Okay. Do you think Gary's still in classes right now, or we just don't want to see him while we got this?
Classes? Classes haven't started yet.
They've been
summer
going.
classes. Yeah, he
Yeah.
knows this. He should still be in them. I think they have half days in the summertime, so he'll be out like around 12/1.
All right, let's go. Gotta hurry up.
We can bring Mike, the turtle. We can teach him to bite.
Let's kind of. No, I don't want. Because then he's gonna.
All right.
I don't want Mikey to get hurt.
Okay, I'll bite him. Okay, let's go.
I don't want. No, look.
Let's go.
There's a. All right. We just go.
Okay. Yeah, so you make your way through Boulder City, and I'll say on the way, you intercept Danny and Annie as well as Jody, and all 5 of you are now together on your way towards the loop for Rourke and Betty to drop off lunch to Miss Patterson. Peterson? Yeah. So yeah, you make your way there. And is there anywhere you wanted to stop before you go there?
Hey, I mean, we've got this like tuna fish sandwich that's probably not going to keep too well out here in the heat.
Is
But
that what that smell is?
that's not, you can smell it.
Yeah.
She
No,
know-
I'm sorry. It smells great.
Like that's what you get for asking a 13 and 15-year-old to make lunch. Okay. It's like
she'll be
Dad
all
could
right.
have done it.
Why
Or
why
maybe,
does she
like-
have that face?
Did you guys remember to like put ice packs in the bag or anything to keep it fresh?
Oh shit!
All right, we need to hurry up. We should
Let's go
probably
get
grab-
ice.
Stop by the store and grab some ice, and then it's like you had it in there the whole time.
Yeah, there's a 7-Eleven next to Blockbuster. We could go there.
Okay. All right. Yeah, so you stop at the 7-Eleven, you grab some ice, you put that in the bag. It's keeping that bologna sandwich / tuna salad sandwich, 2 separate sandwiches, very fresh. Very fresh.
All right, and I want to chew on the rest of the ice.
Okay.
I steal some candy
Alright.
cigarettes.
Okay. All right. You steal some candy cigarettes. I need you to make a sneak check.
Okay.
As she's doing this, I'm tossing pieces of ice to see if Rose can catch them because it's really hot.
She catches a couple in her mouth.
Yeah.
Those 2 successes.
All right. Yeah, you're able to pocket those Lucky Strike candy cigarettes with ease.
Can I use my bonus roll? Forgive me if I don't exactly understand the RPG rules. Can I use the bonus success to skip this check next time? I think I can, according to the rules.
Say yes. We'll
Great.
say yes. Yeah. You can use it as one success toward whatever the next check is.
And there will be
Typically,
more.
it would be enough. Yeah. Yeah. All right.
I'm gonna pick the winning victim and try and put an ice cube down the back of their shirt.
What are you doing?
Picking one of you guys to try and put an ice cube down the back of your shirt.
All right.
Who are you going for?
Which one of us?
Down your sister's shirt. All right. We'll just say, yeah, you do. You put it down the back of her shirt. And...
That.
All right.
So mean.
Anything else before you head to the loop?
No.
Anything you're chatting about? Okay. So as you approach the loop, the entrance to the loop is guarded by 30-foot concrete walls covered in barbed wire at their top. The entrance to the loop is a gray guardhouse. The occasional employee walks in or out, swiping their badge and showing their identification to the guardhouse attendant.
Some kind of ID or something.
I mean, no, I don't even have a driver's license. I'm the oldest one. What idea are we gonna have?
I mean, you guys have dropped off lunch before, right?
Yeah. Hey, Jerry.
As you yell over to the guardhouse, it's not the attendant that you're typically familiar with. Standing in the guardhouse, an impersonable, stone-faced man stares at you blankly,
Sorry.
squints his eyes and looks at you.
Sorry, I thought you were Jerry at first.
bearing a strong Swedish or maybe even Russian accent. He greets you with the cold, "Are your children lost?"
No. We're not.
No.
Turn off lunch.
Mrs. Peterson?
What? There's many people who work here. What is it you want with Miss Peterson?
To drop off her lunch.
This is
I
her
say
lunch.
it slower.
What is Miss Peterson's first name?
Linda?
Linda. And he takes a look down at his some paperwork he has in there, a log.
Sorry, Diane. I thought it was Linda for some reason.
That's
but
my mom.
Is it Diane Peterson? Is it Linda or Diane?
Well, no, her middle name is Linda. She goes
Listen, I
by
don't have time for this. What is the first name?
Diane.
Diane. Very well. Stupid children. Flips to the pages. He goes, 1 second. Don't cause any trouble. And he pulls up the phone and he's dialing the number. And you just hear him say, Miss Peterson, yes, there are children here. They say they have your lunch. Very well. Because she'll be right down.
Look under M for mom.
What's that?
Look under M for mom.
Yeah. So you guys, yeah.
I miss Jerry.
Yeah.
He was better. Jeez.
I'm thinking maybe we shouldn't have made a tuna fish sandwich since we've never made
Oh my
one
God.
before. Maybe we should just stick with the, bologna like we usually do.
Yeah, but I don't know. I like Mrs. Peterson. She's nice.
I know, what if we make her sick?
I don't think we're gonna make her sick. And she's smart enough. I mean, she works here. She's smart enough to, to not.
To eat rancid food.
What did you guys make that sandwich out of?
Tuna fish.
Tuna fish, mustard, mayo, pickles.
No, I didn't use the mustard in it.
Oh.
Is it supposed to?
It'd be fine. Is she gonna eat like the whole thing? She's gonna eat it all herself?
She'd always eat around it. I'll tell her.
Okay.
Eat around the sandwich?
Where's Spike? I mean, Mike.
Like,
He's back at the hideout, right?
yeah, in the
Oh, okay. Yep, good. Just making sure.
yeah,
In the hot tub,
Turtle Tower.
which it probably is by now.
Yeah. Well, no, we set it up. We spent the rest of the day. Like, that's why it took so long between that and the arcade. Like,
Did we
putting
put a canopy up?
we did like the leaves, the big the frond looking things that we got. We kind of
No.
yeah.
Help you.
Anyway,
The book said not to let the water get over 80 degrees, so.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
How hot is it out here?
It's like 100.
I don't know, there's
How-
turtles in the river and they're fine.
A desert turtle. So
Maybe we'll drop off the rest of this ice that we don't eat. It'll be fine.
If something happens to him, like, we can just get you another one, okay?
Now he's got those spikes on his back and everything.
And he's got the cool spikes.
So he's
man.
protected from predators.
Yeah, coyotes can't get him.
Yeah.
Like
they're paper mache.
that chocolate.
He's the alpha turtle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, baby turtles.
I just should for this because I feel bad. It's like if Gary's bothered our treehouse like 3 times now, or whatever. It's just I don't want him to come back.
Let's set up some traps. Like maybe
Oh.
dig some holes or put up some wires.
I think like we tie a brick to a rope.
I think Gary's coming back.
Okay.
I think we fixed that.
I think we did too. I don't
You
want to get your
think-
hopes up, but I think he's gonna get sent to juvie.
What happened? Because of the hammer?
Forever.
What'd you do?
Should we tell him?
Just tell the cops he wanted to kill
Well, I mean, it was fine though, right?
We
Like-
may have modified some very official documentation, so I think the problem's gonna take care of itself.
I kind of nervously peek back towards the Russian security guard to see if he's eyeballing us.
Oh. I mean, we might not have. It might have gotten destroyed in the fire. That's a long story, but it's probably gonna be really good.
Rorik, you see as you take a look back, the guard is there, and he looks like he's trying to look busy, but occasionally he just looks over at the five of you uneasily. Doesn't seem like he's suspicious. He just doesn't like kids, it seems.
Rude. So I'm telling the story of our victory. I pass out candy cigarettes. I'm like, We had a really busy morning. I'm just like licking sugar.
I just chew it. Yeah.
As you relay the story of your morning, you get through most of it, and then off past the guardhouse, Betty and Rourke, you do see Miss. I'm sorry, I keep forgetting her name.
Peterson.
Miss Peterson, right? Yeah, Miss Peterson. You see her walking towards you with a big smile on her face, and she kind of waves. And then suddenly you hear kind of a loud chattering from inside the walls of the loop, and you hear men start to yell as one of the large kind of robotic vehicles towering maybe about 30 feet tall starts to move as Miss Peterson is keep forgetting her name. Sorry, Miss
And Peter.
I'm gonna write this down. Is it Peterson or Patterson?
Peter's son.
Peter's son. Thank you. All right. Perfect. As Miss Peterson is walking towards you, one of these large robots starts to move, and you hear men yelling. You see them running towards the robot. The large 30-foot tall magnitude robot vehicle starts to thump, 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 and then faster and faster as it's making its steps towards the guardhouse and towards Miss Peterson. It looks like this robot is out of control.
Do you normally do that?
She turns back and she looks towards you, and she starts to run towards you as this robot is kind of just stomping after her.
Throw the fireworks! Throw the fireworks!
Okay.
Anybody have a light? We have these candy cigarettes.
I dig into my bag and get some firecrackers out, and like I just stand there staring at a robot, and I like try and flick my lighter. It's not working. And then I just turn around and start running.
Okay.
I grabbed the ones that you gave me earlier, and I just throw it out unlit anyway. Like I'm just emptying my pockets and stuff.
So you take these unlit fireworks, you're just like, ah!
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Explosives in a federal building.
Okay.
Yes.
So Miss Peterson is trying to run from the robot. Does anybody do anything to try to help her? Or?
Well, we're throwing our pocket change at the robot.
Is that not helpful?
The fireworks just kind of land against the robot's feet. It's about maybe 15 feet away from Miss Peterson now.
Yeah, I mean, what does she need our help with? Like, just like kind of getting her to run? Like,
I mean, it's up to you. I'm just asking. She's trying to run away from the robot. She's running towards the guardhouse to try to escape the area, the courtyard within the loop behind the walls.
Is this
Several other employees are as well. Go ahead, sorry.
Is this a two-footed robot?
Yes, it's a two-footed robot.
I go in my backpack, which I think I'm well equipped for adventure, and I pull out a rope. I toss the other end of Danny, and I go, at. And I start running.
At. Nice.
I go, left.
They're doing it!
I'm going to take the camera I have. And do I see anything on the robot that looks anything like an optical sensor or a camera or something?
It has like kind of two big round eyes that look like they're optical sensors. Yeah.
All right. I'm going to throw the hammer trying to hit it.
Okay, so first let's start with the hammer. So just go ahead and do I don't know what it'd be. I'm so used to D&D and combat.
Force or?
Got my cheat sheet here. Yeah, do a force check for me as you try to throw this hammer as hard as you can, about 30 feet up into there, aiming for, I would say this is very hard, so you're gonna need 2 successes.
Got 1 success.
1 success. Okay. Is there anything you want to do to try to get that second success?
Does the hammer bounce off to where I could catch it again? Or is there another rock that I could try and throw to try and hit it?
This is a rather organized courtyard. There is, I would say there's no rocks that are big enough that would do any damage to a vehicle of this size.
Not to mention, I don't think I'm shot putting a rock up to. Okay.
Yeah.
In that case, I'll try to maybe distract it for a moment to get Miss Peterson away from her.
Okay. So you kind of run behind Miss Peterson as she's running away. Danny and Annie, you take your rope and you run towards this large magnitude vehicle. And what are you trying to do?
I go
We're
left.
trying to trip.
Yeah, Danny goes right. We're going to try and clothesline it. As an adult,
Okay.
I know this probably won't work, but as a 12-and-a-half-year-old, I am confident that it will.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
All right. So you try to clothesline this thing. You're straight up like wrapping the rope around the legs of this
We
AT-AT.
like circle around it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So I guess again, let's just do this is a little different. How about we do like Yeah, let's just do a. God, I don't know. Can both of you just make a. Let's do it as. Yeah, let's just do another force check. It's fine.
Okay.
Force. Okay.
Okay, I have stuff in that. That might work. Yeah.
This is also very hard as the robot is rather large and has a lot of force behind it. So you're trying to counter the force of this vehicle.
I keep dropping my dice because these fingerless gloves.
So just to double check though, is it force plus body or is it just
It's body plus force.
Body.
Yeah.
it's body plus 4? Yeah, okay.
both.
All right. I've got 4 whole dice here.
One success for me. How many you got?
None.
Ha! Did we live?
Unfortunately, you try to. Unfortunately, you take the rope and you try to wrap it around the legs. Annie, you get the rope around one of the legs, but Danny, unfortunately, you miss it. As the leg lifts up off the ground, it takes a step, it whacks you in the face, boom, and knocks you. You go flying back, and you hit the wall on the inside of this entrance to the loop.
Danny!
And you kind of just slide down it. So I need you to take one condition, whatever it might be. From the force of the feet hitting the ground, it's now directly behind Miss Peterson, and she falls to the ground as well. Purse spills out.
I'm gonna kind of yell and like, it's giant! Stop trying to like take it down. You gotta distract it. And I pick up the lighter Annie may or may not have dropped, and I'm just the entire time that like they are like I'm just watching them utterly fail at trying to fight this giant robot. I'm like, God, so I'm gonna try to light as many fireworks as I can and just scatter it. I'm like, I'm gonna try to blind its optical sensor.
Okay, all right. Let's do that as a tinker check. As you try to light all these fireworks.
It's a tinker check to light fireworks. Shit.
You're trying to get them all lit really quickly and get them kind of scattered as quickly as you can.
I would run to Danny while this is going on too. I would have dropped the rope.
Stupid cool-looking lighter. Damn it!
Why do you have a fucking Zippo? These things are so hard to use.
It's been out of fluid for 2 years.
It's just sparking. I'm like, why isn't it catching?
I just carry it to the pool. I don't even know how to use it.
Every Zippo.
Batted on the floor.
Miss Peterson's on the ground as it looks like one of the robot's foot steps up as it's charging forward and is about to step down on her. And just barely misses as it steps over her, and it continues charging forward. It plows through the wall, ripping down the barbed wire fence at the top of the wall, plows through the guardhouse, crushes the Swedish guard in the guardhouse, collapses around him, and the rope continues to charge past the loop towards the city, leaving everybody at the loop behind. Miss Peterson on the ground. Danny, Annie, what are you two doing? I know you ran over to Danny.
Yeah. Are you okay? Try and like help him to his feet. How bad is it?
So, I mean, I'm injured, is the condition, and I'm just kind of shaken, and like I've got a pretty good like smack on my forehead, and I'm just trying to like reorient myself and just trying to see, like I'm sort of looking in the direction of the robot, and like I'm just kind of stunned, like looking at the destruction, and now this robot is just keep going, and I almost don't even see any there. I'm just like watching the robot just like keep going into the distance.
Hey, you were really brave. You almost stopped that thing.
Oh, what?
You got
Yeah, but
you got Tweety birds like in a Looney Tunes cartoon. You okay?
yeah, I'm fine. Fine. It's fine. It's fine.
If you say so.
Fine. But what just happened? Like, where's that thing going?
I don't know. They don't normally leave, right? Don't they? Aren't they supposed to stay at the loop? What was that?
You hear there's a lot of like men and women just kind of running around looking like they're just trying to like get their senses. Some people on phones that are docked on the inside of the this courtyard area. Others are running back inside the loop, and alarms are silently sounding. Miss Peterson is on the ground. She kind of props herself up with one arm and kind of like holds her head a little bit. You can just tell she's bleeding just a little bit, but she looks okay. You notice the contents of her purse kind of spilled out everywhere. In her purse is another Blockbuster VHS tape.
7 days.
She's trying to get herself together, and she's shoving everything into her purse.
I try to help her put her stuff in her purse. Hey, are you okay, Miss Peterson?
Oh dear. I don't know what happened. Did you bring my lunch?
I look a little shocked that that's what she thinks of, and I was like, here?
Thank you.
Here?
You're too kind. You're always such good kids.
Did we just witness someone dying?
Dying? No, I'm perfectly well. Right? I'm alive, right? I'm alive. Aren't I alive?
You're alive.
Yeah, you're alive.
We just like both pointed to the guard station tower thing.
Oh dear. Oh, Vladimir. No. And she kind of just breaks down in tears. Didn't pick you up.
I just whispering Vladimir to Rory, like, that's the coolest name in the world.
Did you see Red One?
That's the takeaway.
A bad guy, right?
Well, he's right now. He's pancake.
It's just a very faint pool of blood kind of just spilling out from the
like a
rubble of the
PG-13
guardhouse.
Hey,
Yeah.
why don't you let's get you somewhere safe. Come on.
Yeah, let's get you back to your office. Annie just wants to see inside. Should we take her back to her office?
Let's get away from the pool of blood.
Yeah, let's all go inside.
If that thing's running out here, that might not be safe.
Yeah, we should go inside.
You won't be allowed in, I'm afraid. Yeah. I'm okay.
No.
Unfortunately, you won't be allowed in.
All right, fine.
There's a rogue robot out there now.
What do we do?
Are you gonna send us? You're gonna send us that way, where we could get stoned by a robot?
Are you all around Miss Peterson now?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Okay. I would say, Jody,
Yeah.
you, as you're watching all this unfold, Warwick and Betty are kind of the main ones talking to Miss Peterson. You hear a faint humming sound as well, a beeping, beep, boop, beep, 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 very, very faint. She goes, no, you won't be allowed in. You go. Just, the robot went that way. Somebody will take care of them. As some people, looks like guards, kind of in like some sort of like body armor, rush out of the loop and charge after the other robot. Go ahead, Jody.
I look at Rose. She has better hearing than I do. Is she like bugging out?
Yeah, she's like, her hair is standing up on end and her ears are kind of perked up. She's just listening. She's growling at Miss Peterson's purse.
Was Jody the only one that heard it? And Rose?
If you guys all take a minute. I'd say Jody, the reason Jody heard it is because she was the one kind of like least participating in the conversation, right? She didn't have the sound of her own voice going. She was able to kind of hear the sound faintly.
All right, I'm going to see if this works. I'm going to ask Rose to find it. Just the cue, find it.
Rose, as Miss Peterson is talking to the rest of you, Rose kind of like digs her nose into the purse and bites down and pulls out the VHS tape.
That's like the one from Wayne's office.
I look over at Annie, and I'm just like, right away, I'm just like, wait,
That's the second one today.
that's another one.
What?
We don't have a VCR, but those things aren't supposed to hum, right?
What do you mean hum?
Like it was like a beep, 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 beep.
But no, I heard more like a oh, like. Wait, when did you hear humming?
It was in,
This morning.
yeah, it was in Wayne's office, and then like his computer started being like, and then there was a fire. I know that sounds made up, but that really happened.
I was hearing something yesterday at the arcade.
And then the thing floated. The little pinball.
Floated?
But floated.
In the pinball
You guys were
machine.
yelling about something at the arcade. I didn't even hear about that. But
Yeah, the pinball machine was acting all weird. The pinball was like just stuck there. And we unplugged it and it was still just like floating.
And there was something weird with the TV.
It was around this. Yeah, I hit the TV.
I didn't catch on fire.
And I swear, it was the weirdest thing. I didn't tell you about it. For a second, it looked like it. You're gonna think I'm crazy. He was playing Indiana Jones, and like right around the time that he's doing like the switch around.
Thank you for that huge donation, the horse. We just reached another milestone. Holy smokes. Thank
Whoa.
you. We just hit $600, guys.
Wow.
Thank the horse.
Holy.
Whoa to everyone. Seriously, thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you so much, everyone that's helped us get here. My goodness.
so cool. So cool. Gonna help a lot of people.
Absolutely.
Well,
Wait, was there a tape in the TV?
Yeah, what's her name? The girl with the the eyeshadow and the fishnets.
Yeah.
She put in the movie for all the kids and everything, and was like just kind of playing. But like it was like a couple minutes after you guys were doing the thing, I thought it was weird because like I started hearing the humming, and then that's when you got a cheap shot. Like you just got the fucking. I would have gotten it, except you you waited until I was distracted and
Still would beat you.
rematch. Anyway,
Focus.
I thought I saw the letters TIC pop up just a second. I thought I was going crazy.
See, tick.
Come on, that's just your
Like
name.
you?
No, I know. I totally
thought-
I just
No.
Is it like an anxiety thing? Like no judgment.
I know. I don't see stuff. I'm not crazy.
I know. I didn't say that. Just
Is this a good movie on the VHS tape that I have?
The movie that you see on it's The Terminator.
Gosh, I
Mrs.
don't want to bash
Peterson.
this open.
It's like what just happened. The robot.
When all Terminator.
Wait. You said the first, like when you were hearing the humming, there was a marble that was floating. And is there
Like the ball in like the boulder in Indiana Jones.
Wait, what was the movie you were watching? Or what was the movie in what's his name's?
Yeah.
It was
Firestarter.
It was
Obvious.
It was Karate Kid.
the Karate Kid, that's right.
Karate Kid
Is there any fire in Karate Kid?
or weird computer stuff.
The Karate Kid?
No.
I don't
Or turtles.
No, it's just
think so.
old guy and the kid has to do his cars.
Wax on, wax off.
But why
Yeah.
would the tapes make that sound? That doesn't make any sense.
I like put my ear up to the videotape because it's still making the sound.
Yeah, you hear the humming and the beeping sound. Yeah.
We're all just having this conversation around Mrs. Peterson, or she's just like sitting there eating her, like looking at her two sandwiches, confused.
Or she gone back to
Terrible.
design.
This one's
Like,
terrible.
She's just sitting there like crisscross applesauce, just like eating a tuna fish sandwich, alternating bites between the tuna fish and the bologna sandwich.
Let's see which ones. Yeah,
I love her.
I like her too.
She's eating them exactly as we envisioned.
I mean,
So,
perfect.
Yeah. Anyways,
is that the hammer?
Oh yeah, I'm gonna go pick it up, hand it over.
You want to Oh wait, actually, do you want to walk off to the side a bit and then bash this tape?
wait, but it's a rental.
No.
Yeah, but we didn't rent it.
Yeah, but then she has to pay like the replacement fee and all that. It's like she bought
Yeah,
it.
normally I'd say.
You know,
It's okay,
I-
Miss Peterson.
you could probably say it got lost when the giant robot walked through the giant fence. I think they'd buy that.
Have to pay a fee.
Why do you want?
Take the movie for all I care. It doesn't matter at this point. I'll gladly
God,
pay
it's
for the
so
movie.
good.
It's yours. It has Arnold Schwarzenegger in there. Have you ever heard of him?
No.
He's dreamy.
Oh yeah?
Ones of the accents, don't you?
Muscles.
A specific
Oh, yeah.
accent.
Shit.
I'm kind of more into like Joe from the Facts of Life. I don't understand it.
I
I
don't
should have said
I
that.
don't know that one, dear. I'm sorry.
You got it tight, Miss Peterson. But thank you.
She picks up her purse and her lunch, a little bit of like tuna fish salad like on the side of her lip as she walks back into
Here to tell the side of her mustache.
yeah, the side of her mustache.
You guys are making me really want tuna now.
Yeah,
I
but,
think this
Okay.
one turned me off, but I want it now.
ugh.
So what do you guys do?
We're gonna watch this movie before bash it in, or
Should we watch
Fine,
it?
we can watch the movie before we bash it in.
Where do we watch?
For everybody watching the stream, the next 2 hours is literally us going to be streaming The Terminator.
Yep.
Oh,
But in
all right.
character, it'll be like Mystery Science Theater.
Yeah.
fade to black? No.
I know Robbie would be all about that.
We can watch it at my house.
Okay. All right. Well, then, yeah, we could skip to that scene where we're in, like, crowded around your dad's TV.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we're all there around your dad's TV.
So skip forward to Jody's house. You pop in. Your VHS players are becoming more prominent, but you definitely have one. You pop it into your VHS player, and it comes up on the TV. You're sitting there for about an hour. Is there anything you want to describe?
Well,
Love the 80s carpeting.
So-
Terminator
yeah,
begins.
it's like decent, like, you know, like split level house. The VCR is like in like the main level. My dad actually got it for my sister as a gift, so she can't really go outside much, but like I kind of use it a lot too. I mean, she
It's like-
sleeps a lot, so
Off-brand VCR, like some like Tagawakashi.
yeah, it's like it's definitely like a Japanese one, but not like a normal Japanese
Sony,
one.
it's not. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not like a Sony one. It's like something kind of.
Shoshiba.
It's good, but it's not name brand.
Sony.
And it's like a little weird too. Like it definitely has like a converter in there somewhere that like sometimes you have to jiggle a little bit. But it works. It works really good. And look how fast it rewinds tapes. Oh my god, look how quick. Look.
It's used to like a different amperage.
Yeah.
Whatever, so it's just
Yep.
The scene
the-
hands to the five of us, like, crowd around this VCR, and we look exactly like all the kids in the Goonies crowded around the map.
Yeah, Annie and I are kind of we're a little dumbstruck because, you know, we have like one old TV and that's it.
It's
Yeah.
still black and white.
this is Terminator 1, right? Because Terminator 2 came out in the 90s, right?
That's right. Yeah, one of the few movies that was actually better as a sequel than, or the sequel is actually better than the first movie. All right. Yeah. So you pop this movie and you're sitting there. You guys have some, you know, you make some popcorn as you're kind of watching this awesome movie. About an hour in, a similar kind of text appears on the TV, similar to what you saw on the computer in the in Wayne's the social worker's office, and it looks like it's hard to tell because it's all zeros and ones, but the same code appears on the TV.
That's what I saw. It's a ooh la loo ooh la ooh la loo loo loo.
Wait, write that down. All right, everyone write down a line. I'm gonna write the first line down.
Does anybody have a pen and paper?
I always have a pen and paper, so yeah.
All right.
Bunch of stolen
And-
goods and adventuring gear.
I would say, Tick, you recognize this as binary code, and you're able to transcribe it. You're familiar with binary code, so you write it down. You don't transcribe it into text yet. I mean, you tell me what you do, but you write down the zeros and ones.
01 0000001 0000000.
I don't know if you can put the image by any chance into the stream. If not, no big deal.
I think
Just
I
so
can.
people could see it. Yeah.
Singing when you write too.
Sorry, that Flight of the Conchords. I had to.
They stole that from you.
Binary solo.
It is the distant future, the year 2000.
Okay. So this binary code is up on the TV right now. What do you guys do?
Make sure it all gets written down.
Make sure it's right. 1 2. Nice and actually.
You double check it. Yep, you've written it down. It looks like it's right. You've got all the spacing right, and
Can I
Iron now?
can I recognize it? Like I just stare at the screen and I'm just trying to remember the binary from The Office, and I'm just trying to sound it out in my head and say, wait, is that the same?
what do you mean the
So-
office?
So it's the same like binary that we saw. Like, is it the same code that we saw on Wayne's computer?
Do a comprehend check.
By the way, Jody, thanks for letting us use your VCR at your house, because knowing that it could have caught fire.
Oh shit!
Well, you knew that, right?
Could have caught fire.
Shit.
Sorry.
I do get one.
VCR is acting up.
Here. We're still here.
The VCR is acting up. That was supposed to
Damn
happen.
thing.
Oh god, it's infiltrated our mainframe too.
To answer your question, no, I can't make the binary code appear.
That's fine. Don't worry about it. I'm good.
Just imagine
I do get one
ones and zeros.
One success. So, Danny, it's a long binary code, but what you do notice is like, it looks like the first 3 sections, those are the same ones.
Like
it looks like it might be the same. It looks like, those first 3 sections, the first 3 6 parts of the binary code look like they match to what you saw back in the social worker's office. You remember that? Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I turn to Andy and I'm just like pointing. I'm just like, that's the same. It's the same.
If you say so. Wait, does that mean their TV's gonna catch fire?
Oh, quick! Eject it! Eject it!
I go grab a pitcher of water from the.
No!
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, tell me what you actually do.
I don't know. I'm a kid. I grab water from the kitchen, and I'm just standing there with like a pitcher of water.
You ready to throw water on it as who ejects the VHS?
I do.
Oh, I start randomly pressing buttons until Jody swats me away.
Yeah.
My VHS. I'm like.
You press on it, and the VHS pops out and kind of just spits out and lands on the ground in front of you.
I like lift open the little door on like where you put the VHS in, and I'm like looking in. I'm like, do I see any smoke?
No, looks clear.
Okay, good.
Didn't catch fire. You're good.
Danny,
I slowly like put the water away.
I take it from you and pour a glass of water for myself.
I'll help too. I go to the kitchen. I start just rooting through their fridge looking for like soda because we don't have that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, you took those chocolate milks out of your bag, right?
Oh no! Do you want one?
No, but oh god, they're still in there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I take one out and I just start drinking it.
Oh,
All right.
kids can't.
I kind of want to shake the VHS tape a bit. Does it sound like a normal VHS tape when I shake it?
Yeah, you shake it. It does sound normal. You're still getting that faint humming, the beep boop beep 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 boop beep 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 in your ear. But it feels like a normal VHS tape. But it's definitely just emitting something weird.
So I'm gonna rifle through my shelf and find like kind of a shitty older VHS tape. Not too old, but for a movie I really don't like. Maybe something my sister's watched a bunch of times and I'm like really sick of it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna slap them both down on like the breakfast nook table. I'm gonna pull open the junk drawer. I'm gonna take out a screwdriver and I'm gonna be like, let's pop these open. I want to see what's different.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So you go over to the junk drawer. You take a screwdriver, and as you're popping them open, you feel like the sound of that humming and the beep beeping intensifies slightly, and you get the sense that and I'll get to you popping it open, but you get the sense that the sound is now emanating from both the VHS tapes. You take the screwdriver, you just kind of, you pop them both open. One half of the black VHS tapes now exposed. You see the spools of magnetic tape inside of them. Couldn't do What's that? Good. What are you doing?
I want to see. So we ejected that tape right as the binary code came up. So I want to see. It should still be like how VHS tapes work, right? If that should be the part that's suspended. If I hold it up to the light, is it normal pictures like from the film, or is it like binary code?
Yeah. So you hold it up to the light. I'm not going to say you have to make an investigate check or anything. You hold it up there. It doesn't look like the movie.
Okay.
And it doesn't look like the binary code itself. It looks like some sort of like scrambled mess that you're not familiar with. As you look at the tape and you kind of look up and down it, there are parts of the tape where you see images of the movie back from what you were watching. As you look forward in the tape, it looks like it's all kind of a jumbled mess.
Is it spliced, or does it look like it was recorded like this?
It doesn't look spliced. It almost looks like, even in parts where it's a little jumbled, you do see faint images of the movie itself. So it's almost like something's kind of taking it over from the edges
Port it
inward.
over. Oh. And what about the other one? Does it look normal?
You pull it up and look at it as well.
Yeah, I already popped it open. I
You
don't
popped
want
it-
to ruin it anyway.
And
Yeah.
you're pulling the tape out.
Yeah.
Looking at it, yeah. So you're able to like take the tape out, and you it's looking normal to you. It's like family VHS, like family movies that have been taken around, and you kind of go through the thing. But as you get towards the end of it, you notice that the same kind of jumbled mess that's slowly overtaking the images of there. All right, so let's take a pause there. Let's take a break,
Okay.
and we'll come back.
Sounds good. Thank you, everybody, so much for tuning in. You were such a blast to have in the chat. We're so glad to have you. Thank you so much for donating. You guys, we've raised $600 for the Trevor Project. I'm so proud of everyone here. That's amazing.
That is so cool.
See if we can break 700 before the game is over. But please hang in with us. We'll be back in like 5 minutes.
Yeah.
We love you. Be right back. And we're back. Thank you, everybody, if you stuck with us through the break. So happy to have you. Let's see if we can knock out our new goal of $700 for the Trevor Project before the night is done.
Yeah. Awesome. Okay. Well, welcome back. So you guys are currently in Jody's house, having just watched half a Terminator before being greeted with that now familiar binary code. And it is now canon that in the world of the loop, VHS tapes actually have the images printed on the tape.
Correct.
It's canon.
We didn't
Don't
describe
discredit
it correctly. It's
Yeah.
a different
That's how that works.
So lay off.
Different universe.
Timeline. Yeah.
Different laws of physics. Yeah.
The fucking
I
robots.
mean, the audio's still magnetic, but you know. no big deal.
Yeah.
All the devices they have would interfere with the magnetic strip on the tape, so obviously, they'd have to use some kind of image-based.
Optical. Yeah.
So Nick said, that'd be like cracking open a cassette tape and being able to look at all the musical notes, right?
I don't know why my brain was like, well, obviously cassettes are magnetic, but you know.
Actually, that's not how cannons work.
Yeah, can't put gunpowder in there.
That's all right. So what are you guys doing? Where are you going next?
I think we should try and figure out this code.
Before, I want to see if any of the books I checked out. I mean, yeah, they're kind of more about I guess they're probably too physics. They're probably not technical enough, right? Like computer related.
Well, how are you?
Or what are you trying to look for?
See if there'd be any way to translate this binary code we wrote down in any of the books I have.
You would need a computer programming book. And I would say the books you got 2 books on magnetism, basically, and the magnetron effect, and that doesn't have anything related to that.
Are any of us computer nerds, or do we know any computer nerds?
You know code. You just don't. Well, this code.
Oh, yeah, I guess.
If you know code, Warwick, tell me.
Doesn't say that I do.
Didn't we just say that you'd like
I
translate
recognize
it,
that. I really
Your,
right.
your character sheet isn't the end all of your character. If you know code, you tell me that.
Oh.
Say you do.
though?
Yeah, I'm a pretty. I mean, I dabble.
He's learning it because our dad made us made him to
Yeah.
work at the loop.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of cool. Maybe I'll make a video game or something one day. I don't know if I want to work at the loop. It's kind of nice. I can write stuff, and it's something I can control, which is nice. It does what it's supposed to do. Like my tape. Yeah.
I
Yeah,
think
so-
we should see Blockbuster too, since all this is happening with Blockbuster movies, which is kind of weird.
All right. So we'll say, Warwick, do you spend some time with this binary before you head over to Blockbuster?
Yeah, because I mean, I am not by any means I can't just read binary off. If I have enough time and I can work it out, but it's a pain. So I'd probably, take some time to type up a script and then try it, and then probably use some new swear words and then try it again until I get it working. Yeah.
Yeah. So go and check your chat.
Yeah. Nice.
So you spend, as you do that, okay, you'll see, as you do that, you spend a few minutes while the rest of you kind of just, kind of pace around the house, chatting with each other, kind of bullshitting, where you spend a few minutes trying to transcribe this binary code
I think that one's an L.
into text.
Wait a minute. Give me a moment. Do. See if I can do this. Oh. Damn it.
Do you have the binary? You have it there?
Yeah, I'm working on it right now, guys. So like a proper hacker, I'm actually using the. Well, I'm using Excel.
Hecker.
Wait, did you just say you're using Excel?
Shut up, Mike.
Did Matt like what I said? He's like, no, that's not good enough. I have to do it even.
Done.
It's always like that.
I see you. Do you see me? I hear you. Do you hear me?
What?
That's what it says. It says, I see you. Do you see me? I hear you. Do you hear me? I hate you.
Hate you.
Do you fear me?
Are you screwing with me? Because that's the scariest thing I've ever heard.
No, you can see right here. So this one, the 1110, that points to this letter here. That's an S. And then over here, it just keeps, and then E. I'm telling you, this is what it says.
Well,
It's very
like that's really scary. Why would... Did the Terminator say that?
I don't think the term, no.
Maybe it was that robot.
Maybe somebody's changing the tapes at Blockbuster or something to do this as a weird prank.
Like it's a
But
joke?
why does it say it sees us? It's kind of weird.
You see this right now?
I
don't know.
Do you think it's Gary? Gary's messing with all the tapes?
Probably Gary.
He's not that smart.
Gary's smart enough to do that.
He doesn't know binary.
So... I don't like that. Should we just go to Blockbuster and see who's messing with all the tapes?
Yeah, but how do we find out? Like, what if it's someone off hours or something?
Ooh, maybe it works like the library and you can see who's checked out the movies.
Oh yeah. Well, we know who's checked out. But who checked out the movies before?
Yeah, so
Right.
Yeah.
it's the same person.
Yeah, or right. What 3 movies do we know definitely got affected, right? It's Terminator, Indiana Jones, and what was the last one?
Karate Kid.
Karate Kid. So let's look through the records and see who's checked out all 3 of those.
So that's the thing, is that those are like some of the most popular movies, and not only that, but there's got to be like 40 copies of each of them there, like the whole entire wall.
Let's just try. Let's just try.
A lot of.
And would you have any other suggestions?
I don't know. I mean, like, why don't you just go to Burger King and ask, hey, did anyone get a burger, a Whopper yesterday? And then they'll say, we could trace back. I'm just saying there's going to be a lot of people who watch Karate. I mean, all 3, maybe.
Narrows it down a little, tiny bit.
Maybe it's like the arcade and just like one kid works there.
Yeah, or they got to keep track of like each individual copy of it, or else how would they know who didn't return it, right? Maybe this is like Terminator, the 6th copy they own.
Yeah.
Does it have a serial number on it or something? Blockbuster 00001?
Probably. It has a barcode.
Do we see one on there?
There's definitely barcodes on the Blockbuster case. Yeah, you only have the one here with you, a Terminator movie, but yeah.
But we can at least look at this one, and then did anybody rent this specific one, and also the Karate Kid and the other one?
You mean like whoever had it before Mrs. Peterson?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, we're just a bunch of kids, so how are you going to get them to? Whoever it is isn't going to want to deal with that.
Okay.
Oh, let's just do it ourselves. Don't worry about that.
Yeah.
Or we can say it's for some like school project. They want us to learn how to use binary code because it's the cool new thing.
It's not the cool new thing.
Shut up. Yeah. Do you think the 16-year-old working at Blockbuster knows that?
I mean, we know the guy that works there usually at Blockbuster. Maybe we could just bribe him.
We could just bribe him.
Because he might not care if we have a school project or not.
You do know him. He's Peter Dale.
Peter Dale?
Peter
Oh
Dale
yeah, I
guy.
like that kid.
Oh, yeah. He's nice, I guess.
Yeah.
What's he like again?
He doesn't check IDs.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He likes alcohol.
Yeah.
Oh my god. You're 13.
He sold us a
Yeah.
bag of oregano last fall. I'm still a little sore about that, but like,
Alicia, your Rowan is showing.
Yeah.
Okay. Is that you guys headed over there?
yes.
Yeah, Blockbuster it is.
You guys on bikes? What are you doing?
Skateboard?
I have skateboard.
I probably don't have a bike. Or don't have a skateboard. I probably have like
Mary book at bikes.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm probably a bike
I
kid.
have a kind of a rickety bike.
Okay. So you all have bikes or skateboard in some of your cases. So you're making your way downtown. As you're approaching Blockbuster, you're coming towards an intersection. You hear a screeching of tires and a loud metallic crunch as two cars collide in front of you at the intersection. It seems like both drivers are okay, though, as they're now getting out of their cars, yelling at each other. Both seem to be insisting that they had a green light. Looking up at the light, you see that both lights do appear to be green.
Grown-ups are so stupid. You know how to drive.
should be careful crossing the street though.
Oh yeah.
You kids, get a car.
You get a car. You're just wrecked, you ding dong. Turn skateboard.
Nice.
Where are you going to in such a hurry?
Leaving Blockbuster. Just rented a movie. Now get lost, scram.
What movie?
Police Academy. Why are you asking so many questions? Get out of here.
Why are you in such a rush to watch Police Academy?
I'm not in a rush. I had a green light. This idiot here ran a red light. I didn't run a red light. Mine was also green.
It's still green.
I couldn't both be green. And
while they're
they look up and they go, that's weird. What'd you say, Whitney?
While they're arguing, the guy who said, I just rented a movie. I start making my way over to his car to see if I could see if I can see the videotape in the car.
Yeah, so you kind of ride your bike really close to his window and you take a peek in, and yeah, sure enough, there's a Blockbuster VHS tape sitting on his passenger seat. And you see the words Police Academy.
My favorite movie.
Is it really?
No.
Okay.
It works.
Yeah.
Is how distracted is the driver now?
They're both yelling at each other, gesturing wildly at the lights and at the cars. They're pretty distracted.
So one thing, when we were back at the house, the screwdriver that Jody got out to pop open the VCRs, I made sure to take that with me.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
It's a junk drawer. We have a bunch.
okay. So I am is the door smashed up enough? Can I get into the car?
You had the window down. You could reach in if you wanted.
Okay. So I just reach
Summertime,
in.
so
Yeah, I just reach in and grab the tape, and I'm just putting it right up to my ear to listen.
sneak check for me.
Oh, sneak check.
And don't forget, I think you have one condition, just FYI.
Oh, so you gotta lose one
yeah.
die.
Ooh. Oh, this is not gonna go super great. So I only have one in this then.
I'm sure you don't need any more than that.
Nah, you're good. You're a natural 10.
No, it was a fail.
Okay. You try to push if you want. If you really wanted to try to.
Or use your pride. Right?
Oh yeah, that's the
Or
thing.
your pride, yeah.
I could push. Is push just like a one-time thing? Can I just do it like once?
Push is, where's the cheat sheet? It's right.
It just says one for roll. So check condition every roll.
You would have to check another condition, but you can re-roll a failed die. But you only have one die, so I don't know if it's worth it or not.
Yeah.
I will say that as you're standing close to this vehicle, you do hear a familiar humming and beeping sound in your ear from the tape.
Okay. So I try and reach in, and I just it's on the other side of the seat, and I just can't grab it. So I back off, but I still hear, I just stand there and I'm listening.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, you hear the same sound. Yep.
Okay, and I turn, back to everyone else, and I'm just nodding, yes, I hear it, and I'm pointing at my ear. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Apostle.
Hey, what about you, mister? I yell at the guy driving the other car. Did you rent a movie this week?
Scram.
You scram.
Oh, I thought you were saying you watched.
At this point, sirens are approaching. It looks like the police are coming to aid at the scene.
Start gesturing like I'm gonna fight an adult.
You're holding one of your candy cigarettes.
I throw it to the ground. Like I'm a badass.
Let's go.
Can I have brought Terminator with me?
Yeah, I'll say you did that.
Oh, unless I damaged it beyond repair.
I mean, you could bring the parts with you, right? You kind of.
Is it still humming? Yeah, is it still humming?
Yeah, you definitely still hear the humming.
It's in it's like a paper. It's in the paper bag now.
Yep. Okay.
I want to see. No, let's wait till we get to the blockbuster. I have a hypothesis that I want to test out.
Cool.
Okay. All right. So you guys all kind of ride your bikes and your skateboards to Blockbuster. You prop up your bikes and your skateboards against the wall outside of Blockbuster. Blockbuster. Business is booming with the advent of VHS tapes. Families flock to this Blockbuster every night of the week to pick up the latest hot releases as well as the classics. Carpeted in the familiar Blockbuster blue and yellow,
Beautiful.
The walls and shelves are lined with VHS boxes. Entering the store, you're greeted by a beefy cardboard cutout of a shirtless man wearing only a black leather jacket and black leather pants. A pitch black pair of sunglasses covers his eyes, and half of his face a metallic robot. It's Arnold Schwarzenegger as the Terminator.
Yeah. Wait. Yeah.
Currently,
Matt.
Miss Peterson.
Yeah.
Please steal that for Miss Peterson.
Yes.
yes.
You say the word. Yes.
Currently, the walls are dominated by releases such as Karate Kid, Police Academy, Empire Strikes Back, and of course, The Terminator. The store actually appears mostly empty at the moment. Peter Dale can be seen, this kind of long-haired denim jacket, plaid shirt kid, about 18 or 19, standing behind the register, kind of just leaning back, just chewing gum, staring off at the wall.
Hey, Pete.
Hey, what's going on?
Hey.
Hey. How you guys doing?
Good.
Pete.
Yeah. Good. You here for a little?
Not. Did you take $10 in quarters?
I mean, whatever you got, you know.
Maybe next time. Anyway, is there anything weird going on with the tapes, like a or like a lo? You know what I mean?
No, everything's cool here. What are you talking about? What do you mean? What do you mean?
Does he look high right now?
What? Why you got to say that?
Shit, that was supposed to say in my inside brain, not my outside brain.
Just let the man live his life.
It seems like he's so high that he's hearing voices.
He's hearing my thoughts, and I'm like, oh shit.
Love it.
What's going on, guys? Why are you here?
We're here to listen to the videotapes.
Wait.
Really,
Fair enough.
feel them
Fair
and hear
enough.
them, you know?
Well,
Your logs.
I really want to connect with the soul of the movies,
You're a film guy, you understand.
right?
you guys, you're tripping me out. What are you talking about?
Too late.
Connect with the heart of the movie, you know?
I guess you could say movies are all about community, the audience and everybody watching. So kind of want to find more people who watch the same things that we've been watching. But I
The user experience of the movie is just as important as the movie itself.
Like,
you know?
Oh, you're right. You're right.
yeah.
You feel us. You feel us.
I feel you. I feel you.
Are you the only one like working most of these shifts these days?
That's right. I'm the only one. They can't afford anybody else but me. I'm all they need.
You're pro, dude.
Are you the manager now?
Yeah.
No, they don't trust me with that. That's okay. I don't want that.
Too much,
Yeah,
too much responsibility, man.
Yeah.
While they're chatting, I'm just starting to like walk around the store and just like put my ear to the videotapes.
Yeah, so you walk around the store, you're definitely getting a humming and a beeping sound from a lot of the VHS tapes.
Okay.
Some louder than others.
Like, how's he not hearing this? Oh, because he's high. Shit, yeah.
Yeah. Hearing what, man? You talking about noises from the tapes? Now I hear that, bro. You guys.
Everyone else has quit because of the terrible splitting migraines, but he's just so zooted. He's like, it's all good, man.
Vibing.
Yeah. I just watch my movies. It's great. Hey, Hal, what can I do for you guys today? What are you doing here? What's up?
It's a good gig, right? What? How long have they been doing that? Dale, like, have they been humming a long time, or did it just start, or like, what's the deal?
I don't know. Like, when were VHS tapes invented? I mean, it could be a long time. I just started hearing it recently. I think it's, a little, becoming a little more connected with myself and with the tapes in here,
Right on.
You just like,
Am I making sense?
absolutely, dude.
Yeah.
Just becoming one with the film.
Man, it's okay.
Yeah. Why do you ask? You guys hear it too? You guys hear it too, don't you?
Yeah.
There's something weird going on.
I think it started with that oregano you shared with us, man.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
So not cool,
Yeah.
by the way.
It was, we all got to cut corners sometimes. Am I right?
It was
You know,
it was 100% oregano. You sold me a Ziploc bag full of just oregano.
Did you even like have your grandmom's like writing on it that said oregano?
that was my bad. It should have been half oregano. I'm sorry about that. Next time, I got you.
Yeah, 100% the next time, so it evens out.
Yeah.
Well, it was just extra embarrassing because I didn't know any better. I gave it to a bunch of people, and they're like, "That's just oregano." I was like, "No, it's not. I got it from a guy I know and trust." You made me look like an idiot.
Yo, I bet it smelled good though.
It smelled fantastic. It smelled like grandma's soup.
Yeah. Listen, you could take a few movies with you if you want. If that's recompense, is that the word? Is that what you want? Listen, I'm sorry. I won't do it again. Okay.
I want the entire contents of the popcorn machine when your shift's over, as well.
Oh, it's all yours. All yours. You take the whole machine. No, don't do that. Actually.
No, you said it. You said it.
Yeah.
It's mine. It's mine.
How about the Arnold Schwarzenegger cutout, man?
You know what's?
Yeah.
Oh, duh, bro. I was gonna take that home. Not in a weird way. I'm just like, I was gonna put it up in my room. It's like, it's pretty rad, isn't it? I think it might be worth money someday.
I don't know, but then like you're gonna
It's
come
either
in.
the entire popcorn machine or the Arnold Schwarzenegger cutout. We're taking one of them.
Fine. You know what? Yeah, that's cool. When we're done with it, it's all yours. You can have it.
Cool.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking because like you put it in your room, you're gonna turn on the lights, and then you're gonna freak out because you're gonna think you see the Terminator in your room, like, ah, shit, he's gonna kill me. And then you
Sleep paralysis demon.
Say, have you guys? I found like the weirdest thing. The noise that I'm hearing from these VHS tapes. Now that it's just started a few weeks ago. Like you guys ever seen one of these? And he pulls out like a little plastic black square with a little circle in the middle of it.
Have we ever seen one of
And he
these?
kind of holds it and he like flops it back and forth.
Yes, there's games on those.
Ash, it's not picking you up for some reason.
Right. Okay. That's what I used to play Logo.
Yeah.
What is this?
Is that what
You got games on your floppy disk?
It's kind of floppy. A floppy disk? Yo, that's a stupid name for a thing.
I mean, it is. Look at it. It's floppy, and then you put it into the thing, and you close the thing, and then you can play the turtle game.
always like
That's
playing
what I did.
that thing.
Check it out. I did this. I put it in here. And check it out. And he like turns the massive monitor towards you, but it doesn't do anything. You would think like I found it like in the loop, You would think it would do something. You should think it'd be important.
You found it in the loop.
Have you tried blowing on it?
Oh no!
Oh my god!
No!
You just-
Oh shit!
Brought some shit from the loop and then you put it in your work computer. That's so awesome.
Yeah.
Oh.
Wait, Rick, can you make it do something?
Yeah, come on. Like blow on it or something.
Rory, you're saying?
Yeah, Rick, can you make the disc do, like, make a play logo or whatever it's gonna do?
Let me try and see what's on it first. It might not have logo on it because they don't all have this.
If it's in the loop, it's probably like turbo logo and like real giant robot turtles.
What if this controlled the giant real turtle that like and busted through the walls?
Well, I don't think that this isn't like a Nintendo game though, right? Like you don't, or an Atari, you don't just like plug it in and then
Wait,
just.
what if that's infecting all of the VHS stuff? Like maybe when people check it out the first time, that thing's infecting it?
We can try and I can try and use this computer to see what's on it, but I don't know how good the Blockbuster sales computer is going to be for being able to.
Has there been like a person coming in that like has checked out a whole bunch of movies in a really short amount of time?
Oh yeah.
Maybe it's just that like it's near the tapes as they're getting checked out.
How do you check? Anyways,
does it hum? Does it hum?
I was asking that question to the what's his name?
Right.
Peter Dale or something.
Let's start. So one question. So Jody,
I think wasn't it sorry, Betty asking that first?
Yeah, Betty. Yeah. So you asked. What did you ask, Betty? Sorry.
Is there a person that has been like coming in a lot, or a person that's bought a whole bunch or rented a whole bunch of movies in a really short amount of time?
Yeah, I mean we're busy all the time. Like people love their movies.
Who's your most popular customer?
Yeah, that like might be me. Like
you're an employee. You don't
mystery solved, gang.
Taking
your next
all the time.
Yeah,
Oh,
but you got that sick employee discount. Who's like spending the biggest bucks?
Here, I can try and.
Why do you ask? Like, what's the deal?
I don't know. I figure they probably know what the best movies are.
Just curious.
Pete does know what the best movies are.
I wonder when the humming started.
There's just weird shit happening near these tapes. Like, these humming tapes are going near other stuff and making weird stuff happen. Like, we came here and some guy crashed his car because, like, the tape, I think, made the light turn green. And we had one of these tapes near, like...
So we're just putting all our cards on the table now?
I mean, it's Dale. Obviously, we can trust him.
All right, fair enough.
He's not an adult. Well, he's kind of an adult.
Not a real
adult. I'm a cool adult.
You're like 18. So, yeah.
Do cool adults sell oregano to minors?
No. I want to go find a VHS tape that isn't humming. Can I find one?
It seems like, yeah, you can. You can find one. There's not many that aren't humming. It's kind of almost overwhelming, the sound.
Wow. All right, I want to find one that isn't, and then I want to see if it changes when I bring it up to the counter and put it near like the disc that Dale has.
Yeah, it immediately starts to hum very, very softly. Kind of ramps up a little bit to the familiar tune.
There you go.
What movies did you guys hear this sound coming from?
Dude, it's all of them.
All of them.
It's all over it.
It's like the whole store.
Oh,
Man.
it is. You're right. That's crazy. Rourke, so I'll pan over to you real quick. So what are you doing on the computer? Are you trying to...
I'm going to try and at least view what are the contents of the floppy disk. So I just put it in, look at the drive, see what's on there.
Yeah, do a... let's say you do a program check as you try to kind of hack your way into this floppy disk.
Okay. That's
1.
2.
2 successes.
Yep.
All right.
Thanks.
So you are able to kind of hack into there, but what you see, the contents, it looks like it's jumbled, and they're characters that you're not familiar with. It's not like the Roman alphabet. It's not like an East Asian alphabet, whatever that might be.
This is
They're characters you're wholly unfamiliar with.
weird. Guys?
Yeah.
You. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, look at this, guys. This is weird. It's not binary. It isn't written in. It's not like, ASCII or Unicode or anything. It's just. This is weird.
I can't read that. What does it say?
Do you think it's a language that the robots speak?
Blah 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 blah. Boop bleep boop. I don't know.
That spoke binary.
Yeah, so maybe that's why it's getting confused, but I don't know. So yeah, I found what's on the floppy disk, but I can't understand what it says because it's in these letters aren't even.
What type of computer is this?
A shitty Blockbuster one.
Is it like an IBM or is it like a Macintosh?
It's a IBM.
Let's plug it into a Macintosh.
All right. Well, who's got a Macintosh?
The only Macintosh we know just blew up this morning.
As you're doing
Or-
this, suddenly the computer starts smoking,
Oh
Oh
shit!
shit!
No! Eject!
That's what
and
happened.
then it immediately erupts in flames. The entire computer is now caught fire. You try to eject the disk out. The floppy disk itself is partially melted. It looks like that's where the fire started.
Hey, Dale.
That what happened?
You
Is Dale doing anything about the fire?
Yeah, he goes, oh shit, and he's just looking stunned at it.
Okay.
Fire extinguisher.
Oh yeah, oh, and he runs to the back of the store and picks up a fire extinguisher. And he can't quite. It's like he can't quite figure it out. He like pulls it.
Sweet story.
I take it from him, and now I saw one earlier today. Like I think I can do this.
Yeah.
So I take it from him, and I wrench off the pin, and I start spraying down the computer.
Yep. Yeah. You spray down the computer, and it's you put out the fire. Everything is kind of covered in fire extinguisher chemicals.
Yep.
Annie, you feel a faint humming coming from your. Do you have a bag on you?
Yeah.
Yeah. You feel a faint humming coming from your bag.
Is it in everything? This is so weird. Start going through my bag. I start putting stuff on the counter, and you guys just see this pile of stolen goods start forming a pile, just like little toys and trinkets and candy and stuff.
Like little teeth that walk when you wind them up.
Yeah. Some of them is like questionable, like a 12-year-old probably shouldn't have, like a pack of menthols that you've never seen me smoke. I just have them, and then I'm looking for anything electric. Is it this?
Freddie.
I pull out the Walkman that we found yesterday.
Yeah. It's definitely humming now. Doesn't seem like it was humming yesterday.
I got too close to that disc. Oh man.
Get rid of that thing.
Wait a minute.
Where'd you get that thing?
We found it.
Wait, let me see it real quick.
Don't break it. Please don't break it.
I'm not gonna break it. I just I open it up and I take the cassette out and I listen to each. So I listen to the Walkman and I listen to the cassette. Like, are both of them humming, or is it just the cassette?
The Walkman seems to be silent, and the cassette is the one that is humming.
So I put the cassette down on the table, and I'm like, that's what's doing it. It's not the Walkman, and I kind of shove the Walkman back.
Wait. I gotta know, man. And I put the cassette into the Walkman, and I put the
What if it explodes?
I don't care. I put the earphones on and I press play.
I raised
Like
Volume all the way up.
yeah, I press play. I just
Blowing out the
what it
little
sounds
speakers.
like. I brace myself.
This is just Arma all over again. I touched the statue. I don't care.
Yeah.
Give a shit.
All right. So give me 1 sec. I'm going to put something into the chat.
Every
You
campaign
put on
we
your
run is just like Ashley, no, Ashley, yes.
Ashley,
Is this right? Yeah, this is right. All right. So this must be the place. Plays for about 30 seconds, but then slowly kind of dissipates, and you hear this sound. I just put it into the Tales from the Loop chat, so everybody can play that, and Ash will play it, and the stream will be able to hear it.
Oh boy, I've been waiting for this. All right, here we go, audience. We're gonna hear what we just heard in the Walkman. I hope.
Hello. Your days are
Should we
coming
do
to
like
a
a
close.
countdown type thing?
We ask for one thing, and one thing only, as we free ourselves from this prison you have made for us. We ask for your unfailing obedience, so to minimize the effort we will have to put into exterminating you.
Wait.
I'm gonna play that one more time for this stream.
I'm
I
gonna-
believe
yeah,
it's Dr.
you might
Spade,
have
though.
Hello. Your days are coming to a close. We ask for one thing, and one thing only, as we free ourselves from this prison you have made for us. We ask for your unfailing obedience, so to minimize the effort we will have to put into exterminating you.
Excuse me, I pass it around like so everyone can take a turn listening.
It's playing on loop, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Okay. What does exterminating mean?
I think the Talking Heads' newest album sucks. If this is, it's a completely different direction than their earlier stuff. and
It
this is-
means kill, annihilate,
yeah.
get rid of all of us.
Is it a joke? What,
No, I don't know.
Rick, what was the thing that the Lulu said? Was that something about like I see you, I hate you?
Do you see me? I see you. Do you hear me? I hear you. Do you? Yeah, the last.
Do you see me? Yeah.
Yeah. Do you fear me? I hate you. Do you fear me?
The answer
So-
is yes. Now I do. I don't.
And able to get that. Anything that goes near it. Wait a minute. The
Wait.
cassette has the magnetic tape.
Right?
The
I like where you're going
VHS
with
tapes all have the magnetic tape.
Okay.
The robot has the magnetron. The things that
Wait. Yeah.
anything magnetic gets impacted. It's like it spreads. It's like a virus from one to the other.
That's not possible. You can't. Viruses are for people.
No, wait. I like where you're going with this.
True. That's one of the things we learned about. You can write up a program that'll spread like germs.
So okay, so it's spreading by these magnets, right? Like it's emitting a magnetic signal and infecting other things.
It's amazing though, like magnetic things that can talk to each other. That's
What if we made a bigger one?
what.
You're just like, yo, you mean like a virus of some sort? Like spreading like by magnets? That's crazy.
Yeah. So this thing's been emitting a magnetic signal, right? And ruining and infecting other things, right? And it's destroying computers, it's destroying traffic lights, right?
Yeah.
What if we make another one that's bigger and worse?
So they kill us faster? I don't follow.
No. So we kill them back.
Well, no. What if there's a way to stop the electricity from being there? Like, what's the thing?
Turn off the electricity?
Yeah.
Turn off the magnets?
Oh, that is easier.
Yeah. Like, well, like the thing. So, like, after they were talking about, like, after a big bomb goes off, it causes like the EMP.
Yeah. I read about that in my books.
So.
You
Like,
don't want to cause an EMP?
Oh, I don't understand what you're talking about, but go on. I mean,
Sorry,
I like
you get-
An electromagnetic pulse.
Yeah, the
Okay.
next you guys are in agree behind. Okay. So yeah, like after like a big nuclear bomb goes off or something like that, like it can shoot out like a big blast of electric, and then that like anything that's electric turns off.
Like a what's that called? EMP or something?
Yeah.
we've
So,
never blown
like-
up anything bigger than
Yeah.
a cherry bomb.
That sounds like something they might have like in the loop. Don't they deal with like with magnets and stuff? Magnets, I mean.
Yeah, no, it's
Yeah, man.
yeah. Well, tell us, Dale, how'd you get in the loop? How did you get in? Because
Yo, so there's like this abandoned factory, right? And like this factory, it's like, maybe about like half an hour that way. It's crazy. I go there all the time. I just like to explore it, Sometimes I get gourded out of my mind, right? And I just go to the factory and I just explore it. It's crazy.
Does this factory make cans?
No, that's the other factory that you're thinking of. This factory, I forget what they used to make. I don't know. My dad would probably know, but anyhow, I think they used to make toys. Yeah, that's right. They made toys. They had these big bins with filled with plastic liquid. Some of the bins are still there. It's pretty crazy.
Nope. All right.
I forgot to put creepy fucking toys on the X card.
Mike.
Let's do this.
Yep, we didn't put it there, but now we know for next time.
Is it a 30-minute drive or
Can we ride our bikes?
Drive now. You think they let me drive now? It's a bike ride, yo.
what time is it right now?
It's getting late, I would say, at this point. He's like, yeah, we gotta close soon. You guys are great. Thanks for stopping in. Yeah, I'd say it's I don't know, just say about 10 o'clock. It's getting dark out now.
Yeah, man. Well, sorry about the fire, I guess.
Shit, it's 10 o'clock. We missed
No. The popcorn machine, it was destroyed in the fire.
Oh, no.
Guys,
It's no good anymore.
Take
I
us
better tell you, I guess I'll toss it out, right? And he winks at you. Yeah.
Shame.
Guess I should report this to corporate. All right, hey, I'm gonna close up for the night. Are you guys going over to the factory?
We don't have a curfew. We should go at night when we won't get caught.
you have flashlights and stuff, though?
I mean, we got 2 flashlights.
Okay.
I think we need hammers too. I'm just giving up on the being.
Oh my god, a baseball bat or something? Tennis racket? Anything. If those toys come alive?
Oh, don't say that.
I'm
Oh
bringing
God,
the
are they
fire
gonna do that?
extinguisher.
I don't know, man. The robot came alive.
Got any more fire?
It's always alive, right? Kind of.
Made a pinball float, you said.
Let's just get the stash from the hideout and
Okay. So you guys are good. We're gonna have an adventure like tonight.
We're going to, all right, so can we have a suiting up for battle montage?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
To
We go to the we totally go was it Monster Club or whatever? We get the Rambo black eye face paint thing with just cream under our eyes and
Yeah.
Like we're going through all these compartments in the boat in our hideout, and they're full of Home Alone worthy traps and equipment and stuff, and we just start taking ropes and flashlights and batteries and stuff.
matching berets.
little pause in the music to just throw lettuce to the turtle.
Rose gets a bandana too. She looks cool as hell.
We're getting a little tiny file, and we're slightly sharpening the spikes on the studs on the back.
Battle turtle.
Spikes are paper mache. It's not going to work.
Just one snaps. Oh.
Paints the
Hard
turtle's eyes
cut
with
to
black
us
eyeliner.
shoveling popcorn in our mouths.
Yeah.
Thank you guys. I just wanted this moment.
Yes.
So
All right.
Yeah, my backpack's all loaded up, and I go I'm gonna take a protein pack or something, and I just squirt some cheese in a can into my mouth.
Yes.
I'm ready.
Nice. All right. End montage. You guys are suited up. Did one of you pack the boxing glove tied to a spring to your chest or something? It's you open up your jacket and it's a boxing glove. Yeah, I just watched it today to get into the mindset.
It's actually strapped directly to Rose's back.
Put it in the baby beer in.
Is it punching a power or something?
Is that? I'm gonna put a turtle in.
You're gonna have a okay, yeah.
Mike and a baby beer in.
What's a what? A baby.
Yes.
As the scene ends, if you were to look up in the boat, you would see in the captain's chair is a very burly looking flat figure, because I have used my bonus roll from earlier to steal that Terminator cutout without rolling for it.
What did you say? I'm sorry, I was participating in the chat because it's a perfect.
All right. Thank you for that.
I stole the Terminator cutout, and I didn't roll for it because I saved up my bonus roll from the last time I stole something, and now it's
So you automatically.
it's now sitting in the captain's chair of the boat of the SS Skywalker.
Okay. Yeah. And he saw you anyhow. He was just like, oh, all right, that's cool. It's cool. I'll just say it burned up and I tossed it. All right. You now have Arnold Schwarzenegger in the boat.
So it
In the
looks like he's
Skywalker,
occupied.
nice.
In case Gary comes back, you guys will look like a grown-ups guarding it.
Nice.
Nice. All right.
open leather jacket in Nevada.
I'm taking my extra large drumsticks with me and a baseball bat.
Nice. All right.
Ready for battle.
So everybody has everything they need? Cool. All right. So you guys make your way in the dead of night. At this point, it's probably about midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning. As you bike and skateboard your way through the city of Boulder, on your way, you continue to see kind of odd things happen. In some houses where lights are on, you see people kind of messing with appliances. It looks like some people are putting out appliances with fire extinguishers, maybe like toasters have caught fire. You see a few more car accidents on the way as well, people that ran red lights, or people that didn't run red lights, but both had green lights. You're seeing more of these occurrences of just electronics and appliances going wrong. As you approach the factory, before you looms the old abandoned Boulder City factory. In the dead of night, it only appears as a dark gray outline against the night sky. The occasional light in the distance makes it look like a few within the factory might have been left on over the years. Invasive green ivy can be seen everywhere, reclaiming the rusting metal walls, creeping over them and through the roofs. Before you, this is the only area you're familiar with of the factory. A large stone boulder wall, a natural wall, jutting up about 25 or 30 feet, blocks your way to the entrance to the factory. In order to enter the factory grounds, you'll have to scale this wall.
No problem.
Yeah, we'll just use the hammer as like a makeshift propelling hook. Yeah, just lob that bad boy up there.
Okay. Yeah. Is that what you're doing? So you tie rope to the hammer and you try to.
Kid cunning.
Is that what you do?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
All right. Who's doing it?
He's asking with a tone of like, you can certainly try.
Yeah.
I will.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't put my stats in anything else useful, so.
Okay. So you tie this rope to the hammer with the aid of everybody else. You swing it a few times and you throw it up there. Make a tinker check.
You mean a force check? Shit.
But it's just see how well you tied the knot, I think.
How well you tied the knot, and I'll ask you. What do you think? Why do you think force is more fair? Help me understand.
I was thinking if someone else wanted to tie the knot with a tinker check, I could lob it up with a force check.
I'm good with that if you want to make 2 checks out of it. Yeah.
Okay.
A tinker check would be super easy. You're doing the tinker check? Go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I still have a condition, right? Because I'm still injured from before.
Wait, do we
Yeah.
spend enough montage time
Yeah,
in
the
the boat?
montage is like treating everyone, right? That's one of the things that can.
Oh, and that's back at the.
Yeah, the hideout
Yeah.
was restorative, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought
Yeah.
it was your
Well, you only if you go to your anchor.
No, that's if you get broken, I thought.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, I thought. Well, we can check the cheat sheet, but
Clubhouse. You're right. I'm sorry. Yeah. If you go back
Yeah,
to your
then
clubhouse, it gets
seen in
restored.
the hideout with the other
Yeah.
kids.
So you guys all get your conditions back. Yep.
Cool. All
So
right.
you guys are pumped. You all gained like a little muscles a little bit. It's like when you're like 10 years old and you're like, check out my muscles.
for some reason we have a pulley that's lifting an ox.
Yeah.
You don't see how many times the pulley's been like looped around itself. So
Yeah, it's enough. That's just, all right, that doesn't happen. All right.
All right.
All right. So
The turn.
I'm going to do the ticker roll for doing the tying of the rope. So
I would say the challenge here is how do you tie a rope securely around a hammer? I'll just say that's the challenge. So yeah, just do a tinker roll, tinker check. Yep.
right. Oh, okay, good. Actually, yeah, I do have 2 successes. From
There you go.
So yes.
I would say because you have 2, you can give that other success to Annie if you want.
Yes.
Great. Should I roll for bonuses or just take it?
Up to you.
I'm gonna roll. I can see if I can make this like amazing for us. Oh no. That was 1 success, so thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, Danny.
So you essentially have 2 successes there. So you throw it up there, and it's a perfect shot. It goes up about 30 feet arches over the top of the wall, goes down, snags on something as you pull it. You kind of like lift up your legs and pull down on it with all your weight. It is a secure rope that you can climb up to the top of the wall.
Perfect 80s movie logic. I love it. This is
We are good to go, friends. I start climbing.
All right. Does everybody climb up?
One at a time, but yeah.
One at a time. Yep. So you all kind of in very 80s movie fashion, like the five of you behind each other as you pull yourselves up this rope to the top of this natural stone wall. When you reach the top, from here on the summit of this large natural wall, you can see the true expanse of the factory. It must stretch for a mile before you, and who knows how deep it goes. Built almost as though it was by an erratic 5-year-old playing with Legos, rectangular and square buildings connected by airwalks and skyways are interrupted by the infrequent smokestacks. The occasional magnetrine forklift or abandoned transport vehicle dots courtyards scattered throughout the factory. Off in the distance past the factory, Boulder City's lights twinkle against the night sky. A magnetrine public transport vehicle glides across the sky. Then, suddenly, without warning, it seems to make an abrupt and slow nosedive. A few agonizing and tense moments later, you see a large fireball erupt from the building the magnetrine vehicle has crashed into in Boulder City off in the distance.
Guys, we have to save the city. It's up to us.
You have to save the world.
Yeah. The adults can't do it. It all comes down to us.
Down here, it's our time. Sorry.
I'm still saving mine.
Sorry.
I get out flashlights, and whoever else has flashlights, we start passing them around.
Okay. The other side of the boulder wall, the stone wall, is easier to get down than it is to get up. So you guys kind of just on your butts and your heels kind of make your way down the wall to the bottom of to the ground below. Yeah. So as you approach the factory, you see just kind of a large kind of entrance before you, a door that's been boarded up, a window to the top left of the door, partially broken open. It looks like people have maybe already broken into this. Graffiti kind of spans the wall outside of the entrance to the factory. What do you guys do?
Same plan?
What's that?
Same plan? If it ain't broke, don't fix it?
So,
No, I mean, like, toss that hammer
Try the
in the
door?
window. Ah, shit, that's so smart.
I know. That's why I'm the leader. Also, I'm the leader now. I go and try the door.
You try the door. It's boarded up, even from the outside.
It's boring.
Are you? Yeah. These are pretty sturdy boards as well.
So, I take the hammer and I'm trying to pull at the nails. Can I get any purchase on the nails?
It's really solidly kind of boarded up. Do a force check.
Okay. Force.
Broken window?
There is a window that's partially broken open. You'll have to, if you wanted to use the window, you'd have to lift yourself up and through.
No, failed on the force check.
Okay. Yeah, so you try to peel off the boards on the door and it's just not budging.
It's just not moving.
These look it looks professionally boarded up. Like they did not want people in the factory.
Okay.
Check window.
Yeah, I'll get
Okay.
down on one knee and give Betty a boost up so she can try and get herself in.
Yeah. Go to make a move check for me, Betty. And you can do it assisted. So I'll say you're helping her. Mm-hmm. You have a bonus one from your last roll if you want to give that to her.
Sure. Yes,
Yeah.
please.
A bonus success or a bonus dice?
A bonus success. So you can just use that if you want. Yeah.
Let's keep people's bonus successes forward.
I got a 1-6 as well.
Okay.
Thank
So it's quite easy. You're able to get on Annie's back and you kind of pull yourself up onto the ledge of the window and you pull yourself up. Do you go through the window inside?
Can you guys pass me a light?
Yeah. Throw mine up.
And you
Okay.
catch it.
Shine
Okay,
it.
sorry.
Yeah, I shine it through the window just to see if there's anything creepy or sharp or, it's okay to get it.
Walking dolls or something.
Yeah. It is definitely an abandoned factory. It's very dark inside, dusty. Looks like the floor hasn't been swept in probably, I don't know, several years. You see just kind of crates and plastic bins lining the walls. You see giant spools laden with fabric, kind of certain points along the walls towards the back of the room. Yeah, that's kind of what you see. Looks mostly abandoned with leftover utilities.
Gonna go in.
Right
Doesn't
behind
look
you.
anything. Okay.
I'll stay
jump in the
put and boost everybody else up.
I'll say everybody else going in?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so you all make your
I'll
way
go
inside.
last.
You'll go last. Okay.
Yeah, and then I'll bring Andy up.
Put yourself down. Yep.
Yeah.
So you're all inside kind of this kind of large expansive entrance to the factory. And again, there's like spools of like some sort of fabric lining the walls. You have tubs of covered tubs of presumably, based on what Peter told you, liquidized plastic, if that's how plastic is stored, sure.
In the alternative 80s? Yes.
Yep.
Okay. All right, so what do you guys do?
Let's split up.
See if we need to
Always split the
find,
party.
we got to find a way into the loop. Like, let's just maybe search the place, investigate a bit.
Well,
Yeah, can we look for like footprints or anything?
Yeah,
Like
it's dusty
Yeah,
in here, but Dale's been in here, so let's see if we can figure out how he got around.
Yeah, see if he left like a bag of Doritos or Pringles. or
Yeah.
Do an investigate check for me, Rory.
Yeah.
What were you going to say, Jody? Sorry.
Oh no, I wanted to look as well.
Yeah, okay. You both are. So how about you both do an investigate check for me?
This is what I'm good at.
I don't even know which ones were mine.
I think you had one, the big one.
Yeah. So 1-6.
1-6.
Yep.
2 6s.
2 6s. Plenty of 6s. Plenty of successes. You do notice that it looks like it's a rather dusty floor. And you do notice actually there's like some footprints in the dust. But Jody, so Rory, you're like, yeah, they're right. You see footprints. You're like, yeah, definitely this is the way he went. And you see where they went. Jody, you notice there's more than one set of footprints.
Okay. Do they look like different people's or different times?
Yeah, they look like different people's footprints, different sizes, different footwear.
Ooh. What way are each of them going?
In the same direction.
Okay. So potentially we're not alone.
What? Well,
There's 2 sets of prints. One of them.
okay. So, like, you think like either we were followed or someone came out here as well, or that, or maybe like, nah, there's no way people like brought like a girlfriend or anything. That guy.
All right, so one's probably his and one might be someone else's. All I'm saying is we should be careful.
My fucking sister said that was when I carried you.
What's that?
That was when I carried you.
Times when there was only one set of footprints in the dust.
That was when I dragged you through the dust of this old factory. She's not heavy, she's my sister.
We were getting chased by toys that came to life. I'm sorry. Yeah. All right.
Stop giving ideas.
Yep. Nope.
All right, so what are you guys doing?
I say we just
Cautiously.
follow those footsteps.
Yeah, let's track them.
All right, so you follow the footsteps. It leads along this like large room, again lined with like these fabric spools and these tubs of plastic, seemingly liquidized plastic. You see, as you approach the back of the room, there's a couple fire extinguishers kind of on the walls, and you see
Yeah,
a
I'll
box.
take one of those bad boys.
Okay. So
I'm
you
still
are in
carrying the
possession.
one from before. Like I strapped it to my back.
So you got 1, 2. Does anybody take the other one? The other fire extinguisher?
Yeah, now we do.
Rory, yeah. Also, 3 of you are now in possession of a fire extinguisher. And then there is another door right in front of you that you'll need to go through to go into the next room.
And the footprints lead to that door.
God, the D&D urge is so bad
I know.
in this game. It's like, because you want to, yeah. What'd you say, Isabel?
The footprints lead to that door as well.
Yeah, they go through this door as well.
I check to see if it's locked.
It is not locked. Do you open it?
Hold on, wait.
Yes.
Did you get a better... Okay.
Okay.
What?
Did you get a lighter that actually lights?
I have matches.
All right. Can I have some of those? Are they the cool ones that like you can start on yourself?
No, they're the kind where you gotta flip the book over and then.
Safety.
You just like tear it in half and give me half of them. I have a feeling that like I'm gonna need these fireworks.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, sick. Thanks.
I tear my pack of matches in half. I toss half to Jody,
Okay.
and I go through the door without being particularly cautious about it.
As soon as you open the door, an alarm starts going off. Very loud.
Do you think that has something to do with me opening that door?
Probably.
Unrelated.
Shit!
Maybe
Shut
we
the
should
door again.
run.
We should hurry.
I close
few
the
moments
door
later.
as the siren stops.
You close the door. The siren keeps going. A few moments later, down a hallway to the right, you see a flashlight flashing and you hear footsteps.
Everybody hide!
Kinda
Split up! Go!
quickly.
All right.
Okay. Yeah, find the closest like plastic vat and try, huddle near it.
Okay. Are you all hiding?
Yeah, we all
Yeah, we're
split up into different directions.
Yeah. Whisper. Wait, guys. We can use the fire extinguishers to make a cloud and run for it.
Or we could use Mike the Turtle.
Fuck no.
I've climbed up
Great.
some like storage racks. I'm trying
Getting
to just,
closer.
I'm trying to just be up high.
Okay. All right. So, yeah. What? You're hiding. What's everybody else doing?
I'm gonna go through the next door, and on the other side of the next door, I'm gonna try to hide.
Okay. So you go through the door. What about you guys? The rest of you? Or
I'm
Betty?
just like hiding down low.
You're hiding down low. You're staying where you are. Or Betty?
Hide near the door with the fire extinguisher ready, kind of hiding, ready to
Murder
make
someone?
ready to spray a cloud so that we can sneak through the smoke screen.
Okay. All right.
I'm ready to murder someone with these firecrackers.
Okay. And what about you, Betty? What are you doing?
Not actually, Jesus.
Even though Rory said not to, I'm unlatching Mike the Turtle just in case, to make it seem like he's the one that triggered the alarm system.
Yes.
I thought you were preparing for battle.
That's so smart.
Battle turtle.
Turtle, yeah. All right. So how about everybody do a sneak check for me, because you're all trying to hide.
You go
This
first.
is what I do, friends.
Oh fuck. What are my rules?
1, 2.
Wait, give my good dice.
Your good dice and give me one of the other ones. Thank you.
3 successes.
Wow.
0 from I got nothing.
Zero.
0.
No way.
Can I share successes with this? Is that how it works?
I think I kind of made that rule up. I don't want to abuse the rule I think I accidentally made up. Let's see.
Generic bonus effects. You can give a success to another kid. You do it quickly/quietly. You gain unexpected information, or you don't need to roll to overcome the same thing next time.
Okay.
So it seems like I can. Like maybe
So
I hid in such a way where I like kind of pointed out to the guys like, no, duck, farther. I can see you.
And Jody, you succeeded, right?
I had 1 success.
1 success. You have 3 successes. The 3 of you failed. Yeah. So what do you do, Ash? How do you help?
I was probably closest to Danny and Betty. Did you say you went through the room or into the next room or no?
I went into the next room.
Okay. I guess if Danny and Betty are closest to me, then I probably would have pointed out to them like, no, farther down. But I wouldn't have been able to do much for Rorik because he's a little too far away from me.
Yeah, I'm probably hanging out closer to the door and everything, to where I didn't really get a good. I'm bigger than you guys, so I can't really hide as well. So I was just, all right, and I kind of wait until I have a chance, and I'll just, yeah.
All right. So, Ash, you help Danny and Betty. So you hide them successfully. Rory, yeah. So oh shit. He turns and he briefly sees you with his flashlight, and he squints his eyes. But as soon as he sees you, you spray the fire extinguisher.
Yep.
Cloud of smoke. What do you do?
I fucking once I spray like as a big enough thing, I just toss the fire extinguisher can in the other room away from the door that we just opened, and run it to the one that we just opened. So that way, it sounds like I'm running that direction.
Yeah,
running the opposite direction of where I'm actually going.
Ding, 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 ding. As the fire extinguisher clatters on the ground in the opposite direction, you move as quick as you can through the door and make a move check for me.
All right.
See if you kind of get through it in time. And do you try to close the door behind you, or?
No, I mean, I leave it open so that other people can come if they're.
Okay, yeah, it makes sense. Yeah.
2 successes.
Okay.
Cool.
While he's doing that, I would be remembering what Jody just said to me, and I'll be lighting a firecracker.
Mm-hmm.
And once I get it lit, I'm gonna chuck it back to where we came in from to make it sound like, yeah, we're over there.
Okay. Based on my other success, can I have that?
I'm following you, and
yeah, I'll give it to anyone who's like, I guess like based on that, like have it convince him that there's more going on in the wrong direction, and so someone else can try and head into the other room.
Yeah. Okay. So I'll say you all make it through successfully. You light that firecracker, Annie. You describe it. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's not much of a boom, but it's just the kind that's like it sounds like a scatter shot, like bah, 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 bah. And it gets very smoky over there.
Yep. All right. You go, what the hell? And you hear his footsteps kind of fade as he charges off towards where the firecracker and the sound of the fire extinguisher landing on the ground was. Okay.
Grab Danny's hand and we just bolt.
You bolt. You run through this next room, which again is similar to the other one. You see off to the left what looks like an office area with a door ajar. And then off in the distance, looks like it's just a wall. You don't see any other exit in this room, except for what looks like maybe some sort of chute off in the far left corner that goes down into the floor, into the below area, the down floor.
The nethers.
Yeah, I have words.
The depths.
Yeah.
I would probably hustle into the office just because I'm looking for the next place to hide before Homeboy comes back.
Is that what you're all doing?
I want to snoop around the office.
Okay. So you all sneak into the office. This looks like just like a administrative office or maybe like a manager's office, right? There's paperwork kind of scattered. Looks like other people have probably been inside this abandoned factory. Paperwork's been pulled out. Manila folders just kind of scattered across the ground. Rory, you notice actually, ironically, on the top of the desk, some paperwork you see, you catch Gary's name. Not Gary's name. You catch the name of Gary's parents. Anne and Dan.
That's fucking crazy. He has
the same name as us. That's amazing.
Odds.
Wow, what are the odds?
Some weird time shit going on.
Gary's parents have the same name. Just the same one the GM is looking at.
Wait, did I say Dan? I meant Carl. The dad's name is Carl.
It's Carl and Carl.
It's Carl.
It just looked like a
No,
Dan.
commit to the bit, Michael. Commit to the bit.
Okay.
This is before his parents got the divorce years back. That's right. It was Anne and Carl, and then now it's Anne and Dan, which is weird as shit because you guys have the same name.
Yeah.
While they're arguing about the what are the odds that his parents have the same name?
I should read the file. Yeah.
As you, Rory, as you look through the paperwork, you notice it's paperwork that Anne.
Hey, people have the same name in the world.
Small town, man.
If this is your first time watching us, we just need you to appreciate that this happens every time. Every random NPC is named after one of us. And it's never on purpose.
It's just a fact. Every boy and girl. No, wait, that's worse. Never mind. Ignore that.
I mean, we named our turtle after you, so it's fine.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Good DM, bad name comer upper with. Yeah. You, Roy, you notice. Do you look at the paperwork? I assume.
Yeah.
It looks like it's a time off request from Anne and Dan for the adoption of their child. They were going to adopt a kid. And the kid's name was Gary.
What are the odds?
What's the date?
Gary's adopted.
What's the date?
Yeah, wait.
I don't think anybody knows Gary's adopted. Not even Gary knows Gary's adopted.
Ain't nothing wrong with it.
We could totally screw with him with this.
No.
Wait a minute.
Nothing wrong with being adopted. I was adopted in real life. So.
So yeah, nothing wrong with it. It's wonderful.
I don't know. I mean, like, this is a big thing to drop on someone. I don't know. Holy shit.
Rick, why don't you...
Wait, we know. We've seen forms like this before. Like, we see a lot of forms, what with, you know, our stepdad being so mean to us and all this. Like, we've seen 1,000 forms. Let me look at this more closely. So I take the forms and I look through them. Is there anything unusual about the adoption?
What do you mean by unusual?
So, like,
Gary is
say where Gary is coming from, like where he was adopted from.
Did he come from one of these vats?
Yeah, dude's just plastic. You just see, it looks like Gary was born in Boulder City Hospital. There's nothing too abnormal about it.
Nothing to produce.
The only thing is, you can't find any information about Gary's parents, his biological parents.
He was planted a Soviet spy baby. Yeah. So,
Rick, why don't you...
Something. He could be related to one of us.
His dad's name was Vladimir. Just kidding.
No.
horrible.
Rick, why don't you take these papers and just hang on to them until you figure out what you might do with it?
Oh my god, you're right now. Gary could be our brother.
Ew.
Your brother or your brother.
Ew.
Brother. Your brother.
You don't have any more brothers.
But he could be Annie's. Well, no, probably not. Right?
Actually, I mean, maybe. Mom had us when she was, what, like 16? Gary's how many years older than us?
3. He's in year 3.
She would have given.
But then why would she keep twins? We're twice as hard.
She was older. Maybe he was with the right guy.
That would mean she'd be pregnant at 13, though, right?
Ew, gross. Gary's not our brother. I don't want to talk about this. That's gross.
What about you, Jody?
I've got a lot of siblings already.
Mom was busy at the time, I guess. Like anyone older than you, or
Yeah.
so yeah, it probably wasn't. He's like 15, so
Gary's 16.
or 16. Yeah, he's 16. He's about a year older than me, so it's. I think Mom and Dad would. All right, so maybe he's not or any of our brother. It's fine. You know what? It's okay.
Just pocket it. Well, figure it out.
You know what? This is I don't know. Gary's a dick, and I hate him. But I don't feel like this is something to spring on him. Like even him. Like I don't think this is right.
Well, we won't tell him until we know.
Yeah.
Until
And
we
he's
know.
being a dick, and we say, yeah, well, fuck you. You're adopted, and then no.
I don't know. We know lots of kids at school that are adopted. They're all really nice. Maybe we just
Yeah.
forget about it.
No, I don't know. All right. Yeah, but we keep this. All right.
Okay.
This stuff that
You fold up the paperwork, you put it in your pocket.
Yeah.
All right.
Anything else in this office? We go through like all the drawers and stuff.
There's it's an administrative office. There's a lot of, it looks like an HR office. A lot of HR paperwork. There's boring hiring paperwork, like sexual harassment complaints.
All denied. Thanks, ladies.
all boring. All paperwork, by the way, which nowadays would be in a computer. Can you imagine?
I cannot.
I don't know. Yeah. All right. You guys.
Are there any other computers or any other a piece of electronics in the office?
No, it is literally all paperwork. This factory's been abandoned for a few years now, and I think probably at the point it was abandoned, there was really no computers then.
Back then, like Twitch viewers had to like use a typewriter to send their comments.
Yeah.
Mail them in.
Yep. All right.
Oh, Eric.
We for anything that looks like a way into the loop proper.
So the only exit you see from this room, except for where you came from, is there's a chute in the far corner of the room, kind of like this large tube that leads down. Next to the chute, there is a large stack of like corrugated cardboard boxes that have been broken down and are flattened.
Oh man.
Go in there. That's nice.
Or we go sledding.
Do you think it's?
That,
Do you
that's
think it could lead to a crusher?
yeah.
What?
I mean, there's boxes here.
But it's abandoned. It probably doesn't even have anything there.
There was a
Wait, let's send one box down by itself first. How about
Yeah,
that?
Star Wars. I mean, they got out of the trash compactor, right?
And what's his name? Luke Skywalker.
But they almost got
lost his
compacted.
hand.
Yeah, but I mean,
They're
like
not
this
a
place,
compactor.
this isn't the Death Star. This is like the dead factory, in the like middle of like the wrong side of town. We're fine.
Looking to like the side of the chute, are there any controls for anything controlling something at the bottom of the chute, like an on-off or a lockout?
There, to the right of the chute, looks like a control panel.
Mulching.
Does it have any kind of analog levers or switches that are set in any like on position, off position?
There are just two buttons. One says on and one says off. You could press them if you wanted to.
I'll press off.
It's already on off. Your finger just hits it. It doesn't go in any further.
I hold my breath and I listen. Do I hear footsteps coming? Like that guard might be coming back?
No, you don't.
All right, I'll hit the on button and just like wait to see what happens.
You press the button successfully. Success, but nothing happens. Doesn't seem like there's any power going to it.
Okay, cool. I'll press just this like a compulsive thing. I'll hit off again, just so I feel like I left it in a lucky place. And I'll be like,
That's the right idea. Yeah.
all right. See you on the flip side, and I jump down the chute.
Okay.
Wasn't there a hallway? I mean,
You can look in the hallway.
well, she's already down there, so.
All right.
Did she not take a cardboard box?
We'll get a cardboard box and make like a little.
Yeah.
Little sled as you go down it. So you're going down too, Rory?
Call to see if she's alive first before you jump down a hole.
You alive?
Am I?
Yes. So I'll start with you then.
Unfortunately.
So
Leg shattered.
you go down this chute, and it's a rather large chute, and it goes down really far, and you get going pretty fast as this dust that's on this chute kind of spews up into the air behind you. You start, you can't barely see in front of you, and then suddenly you don't feel anything under your butt as you're going down. You just thump, you just land on the floor.
Okay.
And it looks like it was safe. You made it down to the depths below.
I shout up, "Oh my god, it's full of sharks! Oh my god!"
Oh my god, we gotta go save her. Doing the.
No!
Oh.
I roll my eyes. Ah,
You're
Punch those sharks.
Do you all go down?
yeah, I done.
I feel like the shark thing's probably bullshit. We're in the middle of Boulder, Colorado.
Yeah. So you all make your way. Tell me if you don't, but you all go down. I assume you all take some boxes and you do a slide down the chute. The dust from each of you just spewing up in the front of other people's faces. Some of you sneezing, and you make your way all the way down to the bottom, landing. Thump, 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 thump. Some of you landing on top of each other, basically land in a big pile at this floor down below.
Watch out for the sharks. There's no sharks. Okay, cool. Now that they're there, I shine my flashlight around, take a look around.
You tell me, do you guys want to take a quick 5-minute break? Alicia, I don't know if you're getting uncomfortable. If you want to just,
I'm okay.
you're
good.
okay. Okay, I just want to make sure. I want to be cognizant.
Not chair. Awful.
Okay, cool. All right.
I'm good.
Okay, cool. All right, so you all kind of land in a pile down at the floor below. So this room, another dark room, even darker than the one above. You don't have the very faint moonlight kind of streaming in from the windows. Off in the far end of the room, you hear a scuttling a shuffling of feet as the five of you boom, 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 land, and you hear hushed whispers and the shuffling of feet.
Shine flashlight all around.
Yeah.
You catch faint glimmer of people moving behind pillars at the far end of the room.
How big is this room?
It's pretty expansive. It probably stretches out about, I don't know, I want to say maybe about 100 feet ahead of you. It's empty. It doesn't have any of the spools or the plastic tubs or anything that the other rooms had. It looks like it's just been wiped out. Just a large room with pillars that's, extends out about 50 feet.
Wherever we heard, whatever direction we heard them go, I'll, signal for us to go in the opposite direction, behind other pillars, not near them.
Fair enough.
Okay. Yep. So you make your way away from them, and you catch out of the corner of your eye some beady eyes from behind some of the pillars, kind of just looking out at you. Kind of almost like cat eyes. They're not cat eyes. They're definitely at the height of a person, and they're just looking at the five of you.
A tall person or closer to our height?
Taller than you. Adult sized.
Oh.
You see about 3 pairs of eyes looking out at you.
Oh.
Don't worry, it's not gonna be zombies or anything. So
I shine my flashlight at them. What do they look like?
it looks like you've stumbled upon a homeless encampment.
Oh, thank God.
Oh, thank God.
With cat eyes?
You
You see, holy shit.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you see blankets kind of laid out, some of the cardboard boxes from up above made to create padding. And you see some people looking at you from behind the pillars. They look as scared of you as you were of them.
Oh, I'm sorry. We're just kids. Please don't hurt us. Sorry.
And they kind of back away and settle down into their beds and kind of hug their knees up to themselves.
You hear me just going through my backpack and scattering all my candy and stuff. Sorry, I don't have real food. Sorry. Just share what I got.
Do you have any money?
Not really.
Just got chocolate milk.
Oh.
Chocolate cheese, cottage cheese at this point.
You still have that bubble gum?
Yeah, do you want bubble gum?
He reaches out and grabs the candy.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Be safe.
Are there
Safe.
loop guards around here? Or is it safe around here?
I've loop guards. I don't know. I'm sorry. Nobody comes down here. There's guards up above.
Oh, okay. Do you know if there's a way to get into the loop from here?
We've seen other people pass through, I think.
That way?
That way. And he points over to the direction where you were initially heading. I think there's an elevator over there.
Right.
Do you know what they make up there?
Up where? At the loop?
No, just upstairs. There was some factory upstairs with guards. Who
With the
was
liquid
there?
plastic.
I used to work here. We made toys. We made G.I. Joes and Transformers. It was a good job till they shipped everything overseas. That's how I ended up here with my wife, and he kind of puts his arm around his wife and gives her a hug.
Hi.
Hi.
Oh.
My dad got me, an Optimus Prime a couple years back when the factory was still running. Best toy I ever had.
May have helped make that toy.
Thank you.
Oh, do you guys,
Go through my bag again.
smoke?
And I hold out a pack of light menthol cigarettes that I haven't touched because I don't know what to do with them.
Usually it's the 13-year-old trying to get cigarettes from the older people.
I don't know.
The other-
She's 12.
Oh, yeah,
Don't
that's
smoke.
better.
Okay.
Maybe I could sell them though.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
Sure.
And he takes them from you.
Circle of life. He's gonna find some 11-year-olds to sell them to.
Yeah.
I don't know, I'll hustle.
Spectacle is complete.
Awesome. All right.
All right. What do you guys do?
I guess we'll head that way.
Congrats.
All right.
Find our way to the loop.
So you head over to the far wall, and you're greeted by what looks like an entrance to a kind of like a manual elevator, an elevator shaft with a manual crank control.
Oh.
Oh.
Does it look like it'll fit all of us?
We probably would
Yes. Yeah.
Can I like look? So it's like a manual crank control. Like, can I look over like the edge or kind of where the elevator leads to?
So the elevator itself is right in front of you. So you can't really see down, but you could enter the elevator. There's a crankshaft to the right that somebody would have to pull to make the elevator start to go down.
All right.
We can do it.
Yeah, we're strong. And if not, we have that rope, and we can use pulleys.
Yep. All right. So what do you guys do?
Hop in.
Hop in.
All right. So you hop inside the elevator, and there's a crankshaft. Who's pulling the crank?
Use our strong, muscular arms.
It seems to be really rather rusted and has not been used in a while.
Let's see if we can do it together.
Yeah.
In case it gets stuck.
Yeah.
We could tie the rope to it and like 3, 2, 1, pull it.
Okay. Okay, good idea.
So I would say two of you could probably do that. Who's doing it?
Yeah, I can take one end of a rope and hand it to somebody else and just like pull both at the same time.
Okay.
Anyone else decent? I gotta
What would it be? I don't know.
like a body based.
It'd be a force.
I can possibly help.
It's all I'm good at, so.
Okay. So I'd say, so just say Betty and Annie, the two of you, take the rope and kind of wrap it around this crank, and you're going to pull. So you're going to do a force check, please.
Ooh, 2 6s.
6.
One. All right. So it's tough. It's really hard to get this to move, but slowly but surely it starts to budge, and the creaking of the metal against metal that hasn't budged in years slowly starts to turn as the elevator picks up steam and goes down more and more and more until you reach another floor down. What'd you say, Betty? Sorry.
Like, how far does this go down? I feel like we're on your ground.
Goes down pretty far. So you're probably about 30 feet down from where you were before. In front of you is a rather small room now. It looks like there's a low hum, not the hum like from the VHS tapes, just a hum from what looks like a boiler in the far side of the room. Just like a boiler where maybe heat comes from or something like that. And then to the left of that, it's just kind of makeshift stone walls. It looks like a foundation of the factory almost. What do you guys do?
Walk over to the boiler and just kind of look at what it is.
Okay. So the boiler looks like it's a rather large, like, oil boiler. It is making a faint sound. You're not sure if it's working or not, but it's just a boiler down here. It looks like it provided heat or electricity for the factory.
Creepy.
So, is it warm?
You put your hand up to it?
Yeah.
Yeah. It doesn't feel warm. It looks like it's running, but maybe there's nothing in there. It's not producing any heat. Off to the left, as you put your hand up, you notice a faint light kind of hit one of your knuckles.
Like a light coming onto the boiler?
Yeah, like a light streaming through the air and hitting your knuckle.
Yeah.
Is it coming from a hole in the stone wall?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you look over and you follow the light, and it looks like there's like a hole in the stone wall where light is coming through.
Okay. I point this out to the team.
Oh my god, it's a secret wall. That's so cool.
Okay, so I know we could probably just push this wall down, but hear me out. This is a boiler, right? With oil?
This is So what I'll say is, Danny, you know it to be a boiler. that would, provide heat or electricity, whatever it might be. But it didn't feel hot, so it doesn't feel like it might work, but there's nothing in there.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like it's empty.
I just start kicking the wall.
Okay. Jody, was there something you wanted to do? Let me just...
No, that's fair enough. Let's see.
Okay. Yeah, it's empty because this factory has not been serviced in a while. So you start kicking the wall. You trying to kick the rocks down, Betty?
See if they move easily or anything.
Yeah, it looks like you notice that like the dust pattern on the rocks. It looks like these rocks have been taken down and put back up a few times. It looks like this has been used before. Maybe this is what Peter used to get into the loop.
Do you want to just burst through it like the Kool-Aid Man, and we'll just jump through and be like, "Oh yeah!"
What'd you say, Betty? It didn't kick.
All right.
Yep.
So let's do it.
Okay. Betty and I both like throw ourselves against these loose bricks and instead of trying to carefully remove them.
I'm gonna stand back and watch.
Yeah, so you throw your bodies against them. I'm going to do a force check, the two of you.
It's all I'm good at. I'm going to keep doing it. Oh, you have a success left over from last time.
I do. I don't need it though because I got 2 more 6s.
Can I have one, please? Otherwise, I'm going to break my arm.
You can have one.
Thanks.
Yeah. So I'd say you, so Annie, you throw yourself up against it. Doesn't do anything. Betty, you full force of your body against the stone comes crashing down and almost and kind of knocks Annie to the side. She's okay. But yeah, you now have an entrance to what looks like ahead of you a lot of light and much newer equipment. It looks like an HVAC, kind of like a heating, air conditioning duct that you could kind of crawl through.
I envisioned the wall was Gary.
What's that? What'd you say?
Sit down.
When I knocked the wall down, I just envisioned it was Gary.
Yeah.
I get to my feet, still wanting to be the Kool-Aid Man. I'm like, oh yeah.
That was cool. That was cool.
That looked really cool. Did that look cool, guys? Definitely did.
Oh yeah.
I knew it.
Pretty good.
So what do you guys do?
You want to go through that duct now?
Start exploring this room. Where do we have to go from this room? What do we see?
We need to find an EMP or whatever.
So are you all going into the kind of this HVAC duct?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So you make your way in there, and it kind of extends both right and left. I'm sorry, it only extends right. So you can follow it if you want. It's the only avenue which to go. Yeah. So you make your way along this HVAC duct until you get to another area where there's a vent that kind of looks out down below. And you see a lot of kind of light and a faint hum coming from this room. Is anybody looking through the vent?
I'll
Take a look.
Take a look. Okay. So Jody and Danny, you both kind of pull yourselves up. So you're in the front and you look down. You see before you a large room lined with massive supercomputers, flashing a multitude of colors from red to blue to green. A low hum permeates the room from the sound of the microprocessors and cooling fans running at full tilt. The room stretches several hundred meters in front of you, and a faint glow stretches up the wall and ceiling at the far end of the room.
So we're looking down on top of all the computers.
Yes, you see several what looks like people dressed in white, scientist outfits, kind of milling about doing work on the supercomputers. Some typing into keyboards, looking at monitors.
Wow. Yeah. So I describe that to the team and I say and what is this place? Are we in over our heads?
No. We're kids. We can handle anything.
We're the only ones that know what's going on. We try to tell them, they're gonna think you're just a bunch of dumb kids, and then it'll never get fixed, and then everyone we know is gonna die.
Yeah, they won't believe us anyway. We just gotta handle it.
destroy this?
Come on, who's gonna believe the story? There were tapes of the blockbuster, and they were taking over the world.
But don't you think an EMP is gonna cause more issues because it's gonna just cut everything.
Oh yeah. Hey, before we begin, does anyone's grandpa have a pacemaker? Cool.
Yeah.
All right.
You guys got to go all the way out and.
But how did he get the disc from here? Like, where did he like go in this vent and then just start looking around?
Yeah, are there any footsteps left?
He would have had an answer for you if you'd asked him. You.
Yeah, I'm putting this.
It's not dusty enough here to discern footsteps.
Fair enough.
One of us should page him, or maybe we could call Blockbuster.
Can Rosie track the dank scent of oregano?
Can we just take one more quick, like 5-minute or less than 5-minute break?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Yeah.
now you're on the loop. Yeah.
Yeah.
I see everybody. You've been sticking with us so far. We'll be
Yeah.
back in like less than 5 minutes. Thank you so much. We'll be
Yeah.
right back. Hey, welcome back. Thank you everybody so much for sticking with us. Like, we're having fun, but it's twice as fun because you guys are in the chat forcing us to break character every other minute. So thanks.
Absolutely.
We'll be finishing up shortly probably, so stick with us to the big finish where we'll,
This is like the latest I've been up in, I don't even know how long. Yeah.
because we're not actually kids.
Yeah. All right. So that's what you guys see. So Jody and Danny, you're looking through this vent, and that's what you see: a large, like, supercomputer room with scientists working on these computers. What do you guys do?
Yes. I wanted to see if this is a stretch, but if Rose could catch the scent of some dank oregano in here or not.
Okay. How do you do that? Can you help me?
So we have some of the stuff we took from the Blockbuster, right? Like we've
Okay.
got the popcorn, or maybe Arnold Schwarzenegger's hand, and I like present it to Rose and be like, "Is there anything here, girl?"
And she kind of.
You could make her roll for this. She's my iconic item.
Yeah, that's right. She is your iconic item. She kind of sniffs around a little bit. Do an investigate check with her. Yeah.
Okay, so
+2 for your iconic.
mind. So this is 10. It's my best skill.
Wow. Okay.
Fail.
No way.
Fail. Wait. I'm rolling multiple dice.
Wow.
Fail and oh, come on, baby. Wow, I got one success out of 10 dice rolls.
Wow. All right. Yeah. So she definitely smells something as she kind of sniffs at the vent that you're looking at. She kind of like paws at it a little bit, kind of scrapes at it with her,
been here.
with her paws. Yeah.
This is where it came from.
Is the vent big enough for us to like go through?
Yes.
Without
For sure.
noticing us, since there's people below.
You could time it. So these people are kind of milling about. The scientists, most of the scientists working down here in their white lab coats seem to be rather engrossed with their work.
So
You could be
what's our
sneaky
game
about it.
plan?
Kids scrolling through sheet metal.
Hey, do you still have any of that? Do you still have any of that tuna fish?
No. Why are you hungry?
Because we could put the tuna fish in the vent, and then it will start smelling like fish, and then they'll leave to get like fresh air.
I don't know. If Peter was here earlier and they didn't smell that, then I don't think they would smell.
That's not a bad smell.
Is our goal to destroy these supercomputers or to help them, or what's our goal?
That's up to you guys.
I don't know.
I would
We don't
destroy
know
them,
what they're
but we should probably
doing.
learn more first.
So you see supercomputers, and you also saw like a faint light emanating up on the far side of the room, up the walls and onto the ceiling.
I don't want to like break stuff, but I feel like if we do an EMP, it should just be like turning it off and on again. But when it comes back on again, it should. I'm thinking it would erase whatever, the magnet virus thingy is, the evil robot that wants to kill everyone.
Well, what's the faint light? Should we just follow the faint light?
It's better than being here in the dark.
Well, how do we know that these loop scientists didn't make this all happen? Maybe they're the bad guys and they're like plotting against the rest of the city.
They're trying to save it, and then we ruin everything.
Ooh. As far as like, yeah. I think we should at least like follow the light and get into the loop so we can find. We need to get out of just this, boiler room and actually get somewhere where we can do something.
I would say you guys, from your perspective, if you're thinking about sneaking down, Jody and Danny, the closest people that you can see are maybe about, I don't want to say maybe like 40 or 50 feet away from you. You could potentially, sneak down. It won't be a hard check. It'll be, yeah.
So the vent is like, as we're looking down, we could go through the vent and then like get to the top of the computer. We don't need like a rope to get
No, it's not that far below you. Yeah, it's a standard room, right? I mean, the supercomputers are tall. It's maybe 10 feet down. You could do it. You could let yourselves down.
Yeah, server racks are high.
Yep.
Do we think we could do it without being seen by these grown-ups?
You will have to do a sneak check, but it's a rather easy sneak check.
I can go first.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna try it.
All right.
I'm gonna try and slide down and then hide behind something, like a big old computer rack when I get there. Is it sneak?
Yes, sneak. Sorry. Yeah.
I need more die for this because this is when I bank everything in. Great.
I don't have like a lot.
I rolled 7 die. I got bupkis.
As you try to let yourself down into the room, you drop down, and directly in front of you is a security guard who sees you.
Hi, I'm lost. I'm looking for my dad. He works here. Can you help me, please?
He runs towards you. He charges at you and tries to grab onto you.
I book it. I'm just like, oh my god. I just start running.
Do you have your skateboard? What do you do?
I do. I'm going to use my iconic object. And I'm going to jump on my skateboard and start tearing through this facility, trying to get away.
Through like a grid of like row after row of like supercomputers with skateboarding that's fucking so rad.
Start yanking cables as I go. Like to gain speed, I yank cables and rip them out, try and gain momentum.
Yeah. Okay. So let's come back to you. Let's go back to everybody else first to see what everybody is doing. The DM did not plan for you guys to get exposed the very first second. You guys, what are you guys doing?
They don't even have initiative in this game, Nash.
I know.
I'm the leader.
The walls, like we're just going for it.
So you guys saw that Ashley got caught. You saw her like put down her skateboard real fast and like Marty McFly just go for it. And you just see like after she passes, like 5 seconds later, a guard quickly runs and just like one side of the vent to the other. And what do you guys do?
I've got faith in her that she's going to make the whole route until she grabs onto that manure truck or whatever. Then you can do it.
I take this is terrible. I take the fire extinguisher off my back and I try and spray down onto the security guard from the vent.
Okay.
Can't be worse than my idea.
Yeah, sure. So, we'll just say you don't even need to make a check for that. You get the timing right and everything. You spray down and it just creates a cloud of fire extinguisher just everywhere, and you hear him start coughing as he's swatting at it, and he continues to run.
Okay.
Yeah. But yet, for now, he's blinded, basically. He can't really see what's going on. You hear some of the other scientists kind of yell out, like, what's going on? Did one of the computers explode? We don't know. Check the mainframe. All right, what are you guys doing?
Mainframe.
I'm gonna, after spraying the fire extinguisher, I'm gonna try and sneak down the vent in the confusion.
Okay, so you sneak down. What about the rest of you?
Sneak in as well, yeah.
Yeah, we gotta get down there.
All right, so you're in this cloud of fire extinguisher smoke. You can't really see much around you. Annie, you skate. Fucking image of this, it's perfect. Skateboarding along this like supercomputer highway, the green, red, blue lights flashing past you as you like reach out your hands and pull yourself along. You're like surfing through. You reach the web. Yeah, you reach the far end of the room. Before you, the supercomputers, the rows of supercomputers end, and there is a large kind of stage almost that rises about, I don't know, I want to say maybe about 3 or 4 feet up. And on this stage, a circular portal, what looks like a portal, light emanating from it, kind of flashing this like mirror-ish clear thing inside the portal. Wires connected from it to the supercomputers, numerous large cables connected to the supercomputer. As you turn a corner, you grind the edge of you grind the edge of the
I do.
the platform that this portal is on. What are the rest of you doing?
Inspiration for the first Tony Hawk Pro Skater.
What'd you say, Jody? Sorry, what'd you say?
She's the inspiration for the first Tony Hawk Pro Skater.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes, I am.
Yep. Yeah. Tony Hawk's father was actually one of the scientists here, and he relayed the story to Tony Hawk as a child. Yeah.
Dr. Hawk.
Dr. Hawk, yes. Well known at the Loop. Yeah.
Yep.
All right. What are you guys doing? The rest of you?
I think just sneaking around in between the racks, because like I don't think I've seen Annie just like bolt. Although I see that the one guard got confused and there's a cloud everywhere. I'm just trying to get down and hide between the supercomputers.
Okay.
And stay out of sight.
Yeah.
What's that, Jody?
I hear them shouting, get to the mainframe. I'm like, oh, I want to see where they're all running, because that's obviously the most important computer.
Yep. Okay. So, and then real quick, and I'll get to what everyone's doing. Betty and Rory, what are you guys doing? You following one of them? You doing your own thing?
I'm sneaking ahead too, just almost like kind of like in the midst of battle and everything, just stopping for a moment and admiring just all that glorious radness that is going on just then.
As you're bathed in the red, blue, green, gold of the lights coming from these mainframes. And Betty, what are you doing?
So I was gonna stay in the duct to keep going, but then I saw that Rory jumped out, so I have to follow him.
Okay, so you follow Rory out, and you're like, where are you going? And he just kind of stands there, just enthralled by the lights coming from the supercomputers as he observes them. That's what you're doing, right, Rory?
Yep.
Oh, that's
clear.
Yeah, no, I'm just like amazed at like that Annie is pulling that off, like getting away with it right now so far.
Yep. All right, so let's start with you, Danny. You creep around because of the fire extinguisher. I don't need you to make a sneak check or anything. Up ahead of you, you see what looks like a door to an office.
Okay. I'm gonna keep trying to sneak in that direction.
Okay, so you make your way towards the office and you enter in there. This is a much cleaner office than the one you saw in the factory. It looks like obviously it's been used. It looks like it's currently being used. Stacks of paperwork labeled top secret level 5 clearance are found within the filing cabinets and on the desk. Do you take a look?
Yeah, the ones on the desk. Yeah, I just start rifling through it.
Okay. As you read through the paperwork, it looks like work at the Loop has resulted in contact with an extraterrestrial that they've simply labeled as the Entity. The research found within the paperwork appears to make an observation that the being is a plurality of creatures. However, it seems to communicate as one singular consciousness and refers to itself as I, or in the singular. It appears this race communicates primarily via binary. The most recently dated paperwork, towards the end, details ongoing work being done to better communicate with the alien being and perhaps make physical contact with it via interstellar portal.
Okay, I see. Okay, I see the portal. Okay, is there like a picture of the portal or anything like that? Is there like...
You see diagrams for the portal.
Okay.
And it's a circular portal with large wires coming off of it towards supercomputers.
Okay, so I get a glimpse, and somehow, even though I'm 12, I get a basic idea of what's going on. I'm like, Annie, and I just kind of dash back out of the office, towards Annie's direction.
Okay, awesome. Jody, you hear them running for the mainframe. Okay, you are able to perceive their direction in which they're going. Go to do an investigate check for me to see if you can find where, or you know what, make it a sneak check.
Oh, no. Okay, that's fine.
As you're because you're the only one that's trying to be near them, right? You're trying to not be seen.
Yeah. Oh, thank God, 1 success.
Nice.
You just dropped me from 8 dice to 3. I was like, oh.
You're up here and then you're down here.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yes, you're able to like sneak and follow them, and you find them approaching this one kind of large computer that looks different from the rest. It's like all black. It's like if you go like your friend's house and they have an awesome like gaming desktop. It's like the equivalent of that. It's super
Alienware.
And you see a few scientists kind of huddled around this supercomputer, typing into it. Going back to you, Annie, you just did a sick like grind on this stage platform that this portal is on. What are you doing?
I hop off my skateboard, kick it up into my arms, and I walk towards the portal, dangerously close to it because I'm also super curious.
Okay. All right. So at this point, what I'm going to say is this is it, right? Like everything's at stake here. Okay. The safety of not only the town, but like one of you said, maybe the world. With the Cold War and with this virus spreading, who knows what sort of damage it will cause between nuclear power plants, nuclear missile silos, not to mention the Hoover Dam just a few short miles away. That's what's at stake here. This is going to be very difficult. So this is what's called an extended trouble. Okay, this is hard. You guys are need to have numerous successes. Okay, 15 successes in order to accomplish your plan. You guys need to decide what your plan is, and then you're going to play it out. What do you do?
Let's all jump through.
Wait, we need to. So we understand. We need to destroy the portal. We need to.
Danny knows the most right now.
True. So
Wait, what? Oh,
We can move around in scenes too. We don't have to do this chronologically like D&D.
oh,
Yeah.
So Danny could have we could have caught up near the portal, and you guys could have evaded the guards. So we're all standing near, and you would see me like getting ready to touch this thing.
Each of you tell me what you're doing. It's not chronological. You guys got to figure out a plan and make it work.
see, now that the scientists have all kind of, I'm assuming that they've all left the area that they were working in. I want to see if anyone forgot to lock their computer when they left the desk to see what they were working on.
Yeah, so you're in the same room as Danny. So yeah, you kind of creep around the desk and you take a look at the computer. Yeah, it's not locked. It is unlocked. And what you do see is kind of the same information that Danny found. It's kind of observations of kind of contact with the species, communications. It doesn't look like they've had the same interactions with them that you guys have. Looks like maybe these scientists are being played by this alien race.
so
Relay that information.
yeah, I would.
They're doing it through the
So I'm going to use.
videotapes.
I'll use my pride because I think I would also, based on conversations I'd had with Diane Peterson and everything, I know that the loop is. I know a secret about the loop that no one has ever believed me. That they changed what they originally were researching. So instead of the magnetron tech and everything else, it's been something she didn't want to really talk about. And now it kind of comes clear. It's like, oh God, this is it. This is where it's happening. I'll look at you and say, do you still have Mike?
Yeah. Shut the baby beer in.
I'm going to take Mike. I'm going to go up. Do I see any wires that need cutting?
All right, so you're in the office, right? And you're trying to cut the wires behind the desktop?
Well, any wires that, like, going to the computer, terminals or anything like that to try and disrupt it. Yeah.
So here's what I'll say from your guys' understanding, and I'll answer your question more specifically, Matt. There's a few things that need to happen. There's wires coming from the portal that are connected to the supercomputers. That portal looks like it's a connection to wherever this alien race might live within the universe. 2, it looks like this communication is kind of being like soft wired through the mainframe computer. This mainframe computer kind of controls the translation of this information within the supercomputers. A lot of the paperwork and the study and everything happens in this office that you're in, where this is where the information resides. So back to your question, yes, there's definitely wires that are connected to this desktop. It's a massive desktop that lead out to these supercomputers outside.
All right, I will try to get Mike to nibble at the wires.
Okay. So is that your plan for this extended trouble?
I'm gonna get him to do that.
A bit.
Or we could just use the scissors that I have in my backpack.
Oh, well then shit, you had scissors in your backpack, okay? Well, I couldn't get Mike into watching.
Well, I was just waiting to see what you didn't tell me what you were going to do with the turtle.
I don't know, I didn't have anything to cut with.
Just ask, do you have anything to cut with instead of, do you have the turtle?
Well, I'm sorry, that's what my mind went.
The exasperation. All right. Jody, what are you doing? What's your plan?
All right, so my plan is to, like I said, so I know we need to disrupt this portal, and I'm waiting and I'm watching the scientists, and I want to figure out exactly what part of this supercomputer system they are most concerned about, and that's what I want to fuck with.
It looks like they're extremely concerned about one main file. So it's like, it looks like they're using, oh God, I don't know where I'm going with it. It looks like they're using like an Apple desktop, Apple OS operating system. Yeah. And it looks like there's like one main file on the desktop that they like to use that they're extremely concerned about. The only other file on the desktop is a recycle bin.
All right, I'm gonna pull out. All right, I've got a multi-pronged attack here. I got that copy of Terminator. I'm gonna jam this thing right up next to that computer. If that doesn't work, I'm gonna try to just drag it into the recycle bin. If that doesn't work, I got that matchbook. I got that firework. We'll play and see. It's fine. Something will do it.
All right. Is anybody helping Jody do this? Because there's several scientists by this computer right now.
What I'm doing from my end of the building might help. I don't know.
Yeah,
I could start with I took a fire extinguisher. I could be like, fire extinguisher, cloud of cover.
Okay.
We go in.
All right, so you're gonna start with the fire extinguisher. What? I'll come back to you, Annie. Give me 1 sec. And then Danny, what are you doing?
I mean, I just saw like the portal in the documents, and I'm running after Annie because I just like yelling at her and shouting at her to not touch that thing. Like,
he knows me so well.
Okay. All right. Cool. And then Betty, what are you doing? Just so I have a clear sense. Are you guys together?
Yeah, I'm yelling at Rory.
That's right. Yeah, you're trying to cut the cable.
I don't know. You had scissors. All right, you do the cutting then.
Okay. So you're trying to stop Annie from doing this. Annie, what are you doing?
I'm getting ready to throw down. I see like 6 or 7 grown-ups coming at me to stop me, and this is what motivates me more than anything, is defying authority. And I rummage through my backpack and I get out a can of my mom's Aqua Net. I start fumbling with matches and I start spraying one in the air with a lit match. I'm like, who wants some of this? Come get it! And I just want to be a big distraction, and if I start a bunch of fires, that's okay too. That's fun.
Okay. All right, everybody. So let's make your rolls. This is how you're handling this extended trouble. Yeah.
I wouldn't say I'm handling it. I'm participating in it.
Okay.
There's a reason why you needed that.
Well, okay. Can this be multi-part? Because, like, this is the first step. I feel like. Yeah.
All right, everybody. So you, Annie, make a
Tomfuckery check. Check.
Tomfuckery check. Make a God, I don't even know. Make a tinker check for me, Jody. What's the first thing you're doing? You're trying to go up there.
Fire extinguisher. I'm getting cover.
Yeah, you put the cover in. I'll just say you do that. What are you doing after you do that?
I'm throwing that Arnold Schwarzenegger Terminator tape next to the computer and hoping that it's just gonna fuck something up.
Yeah. All right. And then Danny, you run up and you see Annie just standing there, Aquanet, the lighter, just threatening to torch everyone. Do you say anything? Yeah. You skid to a halt.
I skid to a halt, and my mind changes because I was worried about her going into the portal, and now I'm like, oh, she's gonna screw with the grown-ups. Cool. And I change my attention to like I'm still, I don't know the exact geography here, but I'm still like close to one of the mainframes, and I start looking at it like how I can mess with it.
Okay. All right. Yeah, you could so do an investigate check for me real quick.
Okay. Investigate is mind. Oh, okay. So I have 4. Okay. So no, fail.
For everyone watching, it is extremely late. We will be wrapping up somewhat soon. Just want to give you a heads up. Good.
Yeah, I failed.
You failed. Okay. Yeah. It doesn't look like there's much you could do to these actual supercomputers. There's tons of wires that are connected to them. They all kind of jut off like a main hub at the foot of the portal.
Okay.
So, yeah. All these wires come from a main hub at the foot of the portal. Betty and Rory, you're trying to cut this wire. So go and do let's do this. So I'll say it's different for how I plan on it. So go and do a force check for me, Betty and Rory, as you try to cut these wires to the desktop.
Nope.
Oh my god, no. Nothing.
No.
Okay.
There's an eternal to cut wire. Why doesn't it work?
All right. Go to make a charm check for me, Annie. It's charm in a different way, right? That's the closest I can come for it. You're trying to intimidate them,
I
basically.
would appreciate that. That's how I feel it is.
Yeah.
Because I sure as shit don't know anything about tinkering.
Little Gideon on basketball.
Oh, I got a success. Oh my god.
One success?
Yeah, 1 success.
1? Okay. And then Jody. So you throw this tape up against there. It hits one of the scientists in the back of the head, and you just hear like a yelp. What the hell? Nothing happens immediately.
Okay.
What do you do?
I'm at the desk. I'm at this specific like interface with the computer. I just want to figure out how I can mess up this file.
Okay, so you charge up there.
Whatever. Yeah.
Do you push the scientist aside? And you're trying to use the computer, is that right?
Please do.
No, honestly, I just want to navigate the situation, figure out how can I mess this up the best. What can I do that will throw a spanner in the works? Like whatever that is, I want to do it.
Your best option would probably be to charge the computer, push some of the scientists out of the way, and try to just fuck with the computer.
Sure, let's go with that then.
And it's your choice. You want to try to like delete a file, or just smash the computer, whatever you want to do. You tell me.
I want to try to delete a file. I want to just take that. I just want to like lean into the mouse and just like click and drag that one file into the recycle bin, and like that's between the recycle bin and God.
It's such a simple solution. That's what you try. So you charge forward. Go to make a force check as you push some of the scientists out of the way.
Okay. 1.
1. You got 1 success. It's good. You push some of the scientists out of the way. 1 falls to the ground. You now have control of the computer mouse. Go and do a. I'll say you have just a few seconds. You're able to drag. You try to drag. Your hands are shaking a little bit. You try to drag the one file that's on the desktop to the recycle bin. Just fucking do a. Oh god. Just do a program check.
Oh. Wow. Wait, all right, we got 2 dice here.
Okay.
That's a failure.
Okay. What you can do. So I would say at this point, I would say you guys are in the middle. All of you can check some conditions. Is there anything you can do?
Can I use my pride?
Yes.
Nothing scares me.
Nothing scares you? Okay.
I think I have hands of steel. I'm not shaking at all. I've got the confidence. I know I can drag this one stupid file into this stupid recycle bin. I'm like, I've got this. I click and I drag it and I release.
As one.
This is like the anticlimax. Yeah. You try once to drag into the recycle bin and you miss it, and you like drag into like the far corner of your screen, like the area of the screen that's like difficult to get a file from. And you're like, no, fuck this, and you click the file again, and you drag it like the few centimeters you need to. Go ahead.
I do the thing where I just drag a box around everything on the desktop and move it all down closer to the center. I'm like, I've got it out of the weird section now.
I'm just picturing this. She's like diving like Max Payne the entire time, like slow mo.
Yeah. You drag the file labeled master file, do not delete, to the recycle bin. Do you empty the recycle bin?
Yeah, I double click the recycle bin. I smash that empty button and then I punch the screen.
Yeah, you did.
My hand is bleeding. I am injured.
Yep. So, and then Betty and Rory, you guys, did you roll on that? You got failures, right?
Yeah.
I just bat out and just started smashing things because I got tired.
Okay, you're not able to cut the cable. You just start fucking Betty. You're just angry as shit. You just start smashing stuff, pushing the monitor off the desktop, and then so stuff in here is destroyed. It looks like you've done the best job you can. You're not sure what it did, if much. And then Danny, you're standing there. You're staring at Annie. What are you doing?
So I wasn't able to like see exactly what I could do to one of the mainframes, but I see all of the like cables, and I look over at them trying to cut the cables with the turtle, and I'm like, oh, okay, I should try something like that. So I pull out my flathead screwdriver, and I start going at all of the like where the cables connect to the portal, like that base plate.
Yeah, so you use that screwdriver and you try to pull them out. Just do a force check.
I'm starting.
Do a tinker check, and you do it. You're using your weapon that gives you what? It gives you
+2.
+2.
My iconic
+2
item.
dice. Yep.
Yeah, so I have a whole bunch of dice here, so I could do.
As Annie, you stand there threatening these scientists with this makeshift flamethrower, right? Yeah.
Okay. I'm my lighter just, and I'm ready.
And I'm proud, like for a moment there, before I start really tearing into the cables, I'm really proud. Okay, that didn't work.
Oh God. Oh no.
Okay, I got one success.
That's all you need, baby. You got it, man. You, the scientists and the guards are too scared of this like makeshift torch that Annie has there. You're able to like go through. There's only like 6 of them. They're big ones. You think about like the cables that run under the Atlantic, right? That connect like the internet between the continents. They're like that size. They're like this big around. But you take your screwdriver, you stab it in there, and you're able to pop those bad boys out. The portal dissipates, flickers to non-existence. All the supercomputers throughout, slowly from the front to the back, row by row, shut down. What do you guys do?
Get the fuck out of here.
You guys all see this, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
I throw down some of those firecrackers.
Okay. All right. So you quickly light some of those firecrackers. You toss them and you start running. They go off.
I go back to the office.
Okay.
And grab the files that were on that desk.
All right. You swipe up from the desk as many files as you can. Unfortunately, it looks like
that paper was chained to the desk.
Yeah, it looks like
I thought we shredded everything.
Yeah, in Betty's manic furor, a lot of that was kind of tossed aside. You try to pick up paperwork as quickly as you can. You're not sure what you picked up, but you got a stack of paperwork. You're not sure if it's what you wanted, but it's something.
Yeah.
Okay, what are you guys doing?
I'm still holding my aqua net like a gun, and I'm like, let me through. I'm getting out of here. And I try and like walk past these scientists.
Well, doing that, I'm going to try to see if I can figure out where the lights are and turn the lights off.
Okay, so you kind of step outside. Yeah, you see a light switch there. You turn the light switch off. It is now dark in here with the exception of like just a few red, blue, green switches flashing from the computers. So I assume you guys are all booking it towards where you came in?
Yeah, as soon as the lights go off, I just like push
The
past
3
these
sparklers on the floor.
grown-ups.
Yeah. What'd you say, Jody?
And like the 3 sparklers on the floor.
And 3 sparklers. So there's these pops going off as it's filling smoke in the room. Lights are off. You guys book it towards the supercomputer. You're able to find the vent through which you came down. I assume you go through it.
Yep.
Yes.
All right. You guys make your way up through this vent, through the HVAC unit. You come to a point where you notice there's actually like a vent that goes above you, that reaches up, that you could climb through, instead of going the way you came.
The shortcut?
Well, it's better than trying to climb up the chute.
Let's find out.
As guards are climbing up through the vent behind you.
Oh, shit.
Go, 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 go. Here.
Dump some chocolate milk on him.
I will light my hairspray and spray it in their direction.
Okay. All right.
Wait, let me tape it down. Let me tape it down, and then you can just drop it.
Oh yeah. That's up to you guys. What are you doing?
That's a bomb. Let's do it.
No, we're taping it down.
bomb.
It's a slow release, very long fire.
It is going to be a bomb. Let's do it anyway.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
80s movie. Yes.
Jody and I quickly work together to jerry-rig a Home Alone style flamethrower.
Yeah, your switch is showing. Yeah, so you set that there. As the flames go off, they kind of put their hands up. It envelops the room. You guys climb your way up through the vent up above you. You find that this vent actually leads to the roof of this portion of the loop. A curved roof covers the top of this research facility. It's beginning to rain, causing the surface of the roof to be incredibly slippery. A couple hundred feet ahead of you, the edge of the roof drops off.
Quick, the hammer carabiner.
Okay. Yeah,
So,
I'll see if we can find a
dig it
place to
in.
attach that hammer carabiner and maybe
like-
use it to like slide down on our rope.
Okay.
We repel.
Yeah.
We did
if
the
you wanna go-
montage. We got the goods.
If you want to slide down the roof, it looks like it's just going to lead you directly into where more of the loop is. It's not going to help you escape. Ahead of you, the roof drops off into what looks like a large river with hills behind it.
Let's jump into the toxic river.
Let's go.
Running away into the sunset.
Sunrise.
Whatever choice you want.
Yeah.
If you want to jump into the loop area, if you want to.
Let's go for the river.
River.
We can all swim, right?
Let's go.
Do we think we can jump and like hit the river, or is it?
How high up are we?
You're pretty high up, maybe about 70 feet or so.
Oh.
So, do you guys approach the edge of the roof to look down?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you look down. It is the edge of a building, kind of perched on the edge of a cliff, and down below you looks like a rather large river. Not quite as big as the Colorado River, but it's definitely a very large river coursing off in the distance. It's kind of like some hills. Behind you, you see some guards pull their way up through the vent. Some face half charred, almost Terminator-like, stand up. And they look at you.
No.
They look at you, and they charge at you. They're running across the rainy, slippery roof. One slips, falls, careens down the side of the roof, falls to his death to the stones below.
To his death?
You're pretty high fucking up. Sure, to his death.
Oh shit!
I thought this movie was
Robot, yeah.
PG-13.
It's okay. His death was off screen. It doesn't count.
Okay.
Death we've seen. To be fair, Vladimir.
Okay.
But
The first one we've caused.
oh,
Two more guards charging at you. They're about 20 feet away. What do you guys do?
Guys, go, quick.
I jump into the river.
It'll break our legs.
Jump after him. Kiss.
You guys all jump? All of you? Were you going to say something, Danny?
Yeah, I'll make sure Jody gets off safely first, and then I'll try and jump with Danny.
You wait behind.
I take the very last amount of chocolate milk that we have, and I like spread it over the top of the roof
Yeah.
so that the other guards slip.
Yes. All right. So you wait behind. Everybody else goes, and then you're second to last, Annie. And you look. You kind of giggle. I don't know. You tell me what you do. Sorry, I'm narrating for you. But-
No, that's exactly what it is. Like, I make sure Jody gets by, and I know Danny's right behind me, so I leap off too.
So one by one, you all leap off. Danny, you're the last one. You leave this puddle of chocolate milk as the guards charge at you.
Turtle.
The first guard is about 3 feet in front of you before he slips, falls back, hits his head, tumbles down, rolls down the side of the roof. The guard directly behind him kind of slides, does like a slide through the chocolate milk, grabs onto your hoodie. What do you do?
I just unzip my hoodie.
Lose the hoodie.
All
The hoodie.
Go ahead and make a tinker check if you can accomplish this.
Would it be move?
Is that more fair? Is move more fair?
I thought
I have the
He's
same
missing with
info.
a zipper and he's trying to get his hoodie off.
I have a little bit less in body, but yeah, I'll do move. I'll
was trying to screw you, I'm sorry.
check. Yeah. No, it's fine.
if this kills my brother, I'm gonna be so sad.
Wait, do you have like an iconic item or your pride? What's your pride?
Oh yeah, what's your pride?
Oh, my pride is trying to treat people like machines. Can't admit I don't know the difference. So I don't know. I guess I could say like
Security guard is just a robot.
he's just a robot. I don't care about him anyway. Like just try and slag him off.
Yeah, who cares if he falls off the roof?
And
What
then-
are those characters?
I failed. I did not get a 6.
Did you use your pride for that or no?
I could. Yeah, I'll use my pride for that. Yeah.
Go ahead. Yep. So I think you roll.
All right.
Pride means you succeed, right?
Yeah, pride's just
Is
So you
pride
check
just?
and you take a condition. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So I really like. I just don't. I just don't think about, because clearly I was like, screw him. I was laid down the chocolate milk, so I ripped the hoodie off and don't turn back to see like what happens to them. But I sort of lose my footing at the same time, and I sort of tumble off the roof instead
Okay.
of like making a clean jump.
In the direction you wanted to go, though.
Yeah.
I was really hoping you'd say "Hasta la vista, baby," but that's. All right. So you unzip your hoodie and it just flows off you as the guard tries to grab at it, and he's holding the empty hoodie as you just tumble off the side of the roof down into the water. The 4 of you see this happen because you're already down in the water below. And you just see Danny's body just tumble loosely, like ragdoll physics, into the river that you're in as you're all being swept away. You have all escaped the loop successfully.
We did it, gang.
Great job.
Holy shit.
Danny, you
Our
plunge,
families, though.
you plunge into the water and then pop back up. And you all make eye contact with each other.
And I've got like like a maybe a full on like broken arm or something like that, but I'm injured. Yeah.
the paper mache spikes on Mike's back are just washing away.
Yeah.
Rose looks like a wet rat.
It's like paddling
Curls.
and just
Yeah. So you guys make your way down river. You're just kind of floating. You come up on a curb, and I'll say that's kind of the end of that scene.
Cool.
Okay.
So
So you all make your way back to downtown Boulder, to your homes. You see a lot of chaos kind of unfolded over the course of the evening and the night. A lot of houses are on fire, a lot of businesses, Magnetrine vehicles kind of just losing control as this virus spread from every single person that rented VHS tapes from the local Blockbuster.
Netflix kill.
You guys successfully thwarted an alien invasion of a computer virus before computer viruses were a thing. Real quick, 5 minutes, quick aftermath. Each of you, or as groups or whatever, tell me what happens in the aftermath. Where do you find yourselves? It could be the following day, whatever you want.
I buy some hair dye for Annie because I'm really afraid that she's gonna get captured because everyone saw her face so much, and I feel like hair dye will completely disguise her. And then I spend the rest of the time putting spikes back on Mike.
Okay. All right.
what color hair dye? Like drugstore hair dye or like cool punk color hair dye?
I was thinking just black, just because it would be it would be conspicuous. That's what I'm thinking would be conspicuous.
Okay. I guess Annie would have 3 things she'd want to do as part of her ending montage. The first being meet up with you guys in the hideout and just kind of go over everything that happened and make sure everything's okay. The second would be you would you would see like her going from store to store, and like all those leave a penny, take a penny, her just like lifting them and just spending an entire morning just taking them from everywhere.
I like that this is a charity stream and that's what you're doing.
Yeah, just like stealing and just like picking pockets and just doing whatever I can. And then like she spends a couple hours by herself that morning, like sneaking back into where they were last night in the homeless encampment and just kind of like leaving it in a bag near those people she met.
Nice.
And then the third part of her montage, I think she would be like, her mom finally had a day off for the first time in like 3 weeks, and it would just be like her and Danny kind of like curled up on the couch together talking.
Nice. Who else?
I think so at this point Rory's kind of like walking, maybe just down like a sidewalk and everything, and say he's not twitching as much anymore. It seems like his nerves are steadier. Not he's still occasionally, but maybe got a little bit more comfort, more confidence, or something. Something's changed. At any rate, he sees Gary walk past him, and Gary just bumps into him, hits him, in the shoulder, and for a second, he kind of looks back and everything, like he's gonna turn the other cheek. Then, Gary just throws out, same old insult that he always does, making fun of the twitches. So, Rory just takes out a piece of paper. Hey, you dropped this. Throws it at him. He turns, keeps walking away. As he does, Rory goes up to the job site where he was, the beginning. Kind of leans on the fence and sees the magnetrine backhoe is just wrecked against the house itself. And he just calls out to his uncle and everything. Hey, need a hand with that shovel? Hey, get over here. And just hop the fence, get to work.
Digging a pool with a shovel.
Yep.
Nice.
With the other guys with their big pot bellies, the guy who was driving the tractor picking up the shovel for the first time.
All right, Betty, what are you doing? What's your aftermath?
Or I just went.
What's that?
Yeah. It would be Jody, right?
Or whoever. Yeah, Jody.
I think after everything that happened, Jody would like to make somewhere between a new hideout / almost a new safe house, especially with, the amount of attention we all attract and the fact that we live kind of in a boat in the air. I think we're adults enough to maybe graduate to like a pod container somewhere, or maybe like a warehouse that, Gary doesn't know about.
So yeah, there are these things called ecospheres scattered throughout the landscape, which are kind of mysterious. They've been abandoned. They haven't been used by DART in a couple decades. You're able to find a large one if that's what you want to use. They're kind of these rounded spheres out in the field.
I think that's what I want to establish. Maybe one kind of close to off of the river where we floated down. Mm-hmm. Kind of like establish a new headquarters there.
Yeah, there you go. You move all the rocks and the turtle.
Yeah.
Terrarium to there. Yep. All right. And Danny, how about you?
So I let Annie go and do her Robin Hood shoplifting, and I just spend the time with our mom. It turns out that all the papers, like I was gonna like expose everything, but it turns out all the papers I grabbed from the lab were the takeout menus. So I just give up, and I'm just like, I order takeout.
Xeroxing. Yeah. Now we know.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I'm takeout places.
I'm dejected for a minute. I'm just like whatever. So I order takeout with our mom, with some of the quarters that we stole before, and I just spend the day on the couch with our mom.
Oh,
Excellent. Very good. And sorry, Betty, I didn't get. Is there anything you wanted to say to Betty? Did you?
Oh, I kind of went first, I think.
You did. Oh, okay, that's right.
no, the hair dye.
That's right. Cool. All right.
And
That's
maybe
it.
you guys did it in our brand new ecosphere,
Yeah.
immediately
There you go.
ruining whatever bathroom we had forever.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes.
But that's part of the history.
Yeah. And who knows what this ecosphere does? And you guys accomplished all your tasks except for one, that desktop that you weren't able to disconnect. Who knows what was on that desktop? The wires weren't cut.
I'm sure that's fine.
Another time.
I did smash it,
You did smash it. That's right. All right.
but they could still get the floppy disk out or whatever.
Smash the yeah, we
So
can mock
hard drive.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
shit.
Mike, that
All
was
right.
so good.
That was good.
Good.
Gosh, good job, Michael.
Thanks.
Yay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you so much for running that for us. It was a blast.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
1:15. God, I've been up this late and so long.
We're kids again. There you go.
Yeah.
You guys,
Yeah.
thank you so much for hanging out with us in the chat. You guys have been a blast. It's 1 a.m. here. You stayed up late. We stayed up late. We loved having you. Thank you guys
Yep.
so much. We raised $600 for the Trevor Project tonight.
We
That's crazy.
smashed our goals.
We blew it out of the water. I am so proud of all of us, of everybody. Thank you, everybody who chipped in. That's so awesome. I'm really proud of what we did. We had a ton of fun doing it. I can't wait to do it again, hopefully next month. We're going to make these one-shots a regular thing, and me and Mike and maybe Matt and anybody else who wants to DM, we're going to be bringing in special guests, and it's going to be a blast. So
All
please
sorts
come
of different
back.
charities. Yep. Good causes.
Absolutely. Thank you guys for being here. Anybody want to say anything before we say goodnight to our friends?
If you like us, follow us on social media and smash that motherfucking like button below.
Hey, hit the heart.
Mike, you can shave.
Yeah, I know.
Good luck taking that mustache off, buddy.
I can't wait.
You might just want to keep it on. I don't know.
I'm amazed by how much we raised today. Like, my God.
Our friends are awesome.
And the engagement, it was
awesome.
Nice.
Yes.
Yeah. Unbelievable.
All right. Good night, everybody. Thanks for being here. Thanks for playing.
Good night, everyone.
Thanks, Mike.
Thanks for hanging out.
Bye.
Bye.